Greetings, everybody, and welcome! Thank you all so much for coming to join me for a little more Tactics Ogre. How is everybody holding up? Filthy cheating snakes in a Mega Man game? Denim, are you playing Mega Man 3? That's the only game I can think of that has anything in it related to snakes. Fallout Cameramass, thank you so much for the resub also during the pre-stream. It has been a long time. I hope you're doing okay. It's good to see you. Oh, but you've already left according to your comment. Damn it. Well, I'm sorry. I guess if you catch the VOD, I hope you hear this. Oh, Tron Bon. Okay, Denim. Milk tea, Tatsumi. Very good. I'm alright, thanks, Mantis Man. I'm still pretty tired. I found that even after I've gotten my sleep schedule more or less back to where I want it, I'm not actually sleeping well. First time playing that game, huh, Denim? Oh, hello, Rockethead. That's good. Pizza is great. You can't find non-pork pizza because of the flu in China, Tatsumi? I'm not sure I follow. Please explain that. Tatsumi, I thought that you were currently living in Japan. Or is there somehow an effect on imports from China to Japan of pizza that's not made with pork? Am I understanding that correctly? Honestly, Mantis Man, I wish I could reproduce that trick. 'Cause then I would just go to bed at a decent hour. Oh, okay, Tatsumi. I think I kinda get it, maybe? The same key people, Kregamonsta, yes. Matsuno directed it. Well, directed both games. I believe the composer is the same, and I think a few of the other, like, top key people, like the character designer and the artist, are the same as well between this and Final Fantasy Tactics. But this game came first. This game came out in, I want to say 1995 or 96. I don't remember exactly. And then Squaresoft hired Matsuno to basically make a version of this game for them that they could sell under their own brand as their own IP. And yeah, Krega, if you enjoyed Final Fantasy Tactics, this is pretty much just more of that. There are a couple of systems that are different between these games, but 90% of it, I would say, is probably about the same. Very good, Krega. Yeah, and I mean, while you hang out with us here, you'll get to see a little bit more of the game in action. And of course, if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them, and there are plenty of people in chat who are experienced with these games as well, whom I'm sure would be equally happy to weigh in. I hope you'll forgive me the delay, though. I'm only just getting settled. We've just started the stream, and... I'm still settling in and would like to at least make sure I'm caught up with chat before we go rolling off to to finish the game. Which, by the way, actually, for anybody who was with us yesterday, I went and finished the Apocrypha quest off camera. And I don't know what I did wrong the first time, or well, the second time. I must have just been missing a temple. But I was able to complete it no problem this time, and I'm not entirely sure what I did differently, but you'll see that the fortresses are now highlighted in red again, so I can just go back and farm them anytime. So I guess that ended up getting wrapped up properly. Alright. Yeah, Denim, but Ogre Battle 64 is more a... what do I want to say? It's like a Phantasy Star Online type tactical RPG where it's on a much larger scale. Like, imagine Civ 5. It's on that kind of scale where you're not commanding an individual unit in battle where you give orders to your characters one by one. In the original Tactics Ogre games, it's more you're commanding entire armies. Oh, I see, Tatsumi. I gotcha. Okay, I see where you're getting at now. You're trying to avoid pork and pizza because you never know that it, you know, where it came from, or that it might be from China. Yeah, I totally gotcha. Alright, so we need to... Right, Heim. Heim is next. Before we do that, though... we have a couple of quests that, since this is going to be my final playthrough of the game, or at least the one that I use for going into the post-game content, I want to make sure I've done all of the available quests first. Oh, okay, Denim, it sounded like you were asking. Whoops, I don't want... because she's not ready yet. Alright. Podlesh, because of worries about swine flu. I recognize you, lad. What business have you out here? I might ask the same of you, Gamp. Who'd have thought you were the bandit thorn in Grimsby's side? You took me friends the way you did, made me very, very sad. Gamp, if I hadn't recruited them out from under your nose, the story would have flagged them as dead. I'm just trying to help. Boys, get out here. Yeah, Tatsumi, I think that just comes with a little bit of life experience that you can draw from in order to make wise-ass jokes. That, and maybe a little bit of additional cynicism as you get older. I know that I've certainly had some trouble resisting that. Me younglings will make this ground your grave. Oh, wait a minute. I don't want anyone on AI control for this battle. Because the win condition here is fairly specific.
Well, thanks for that.
Vosser, thank you so much for the resub. Welcome back. It's so good to see you, Vosser. How are you doing? Hey Scott, welcome. Alright, so we need to reduce Gamp's HP. Without killing him. Oh, come on. I think we can reach that ninja too. There we go. Huh. I don't know that I would go so far as to call me a tactician, Scott. But I'm hanging in, thank you. Just a little bit lacking in the well-rested department. There's no way we're going to hit him. Hey Guy Lature, hey Prof, welcome to both of you. Yeah, I'm right there with you guys. I'm kind of tired too. Not for any particular reason other than just not sleeping well, but... I don't know, it's just no matter what I do or how hard I try to get my sleep schedule to be reasonable, my body just fights me at absolutely every turn. It just says, no, you will not have a normal sleep schedule. We will stay up all night and sleep all day. And maybe even stay up all day. A little numb, Paul Scott? Like physically or emotionally numb? Yeah, Craig, it... I can't even really say that it takes me a specific amount of time to fix my sleep schedule, because my sleep schedule never really ends up getting fixed. I'll get it back to where I want it, and then I'll lose sleep for a few weeks, and then I'll just end up back on the degenerate sleep schedule again. And that's the only schedule on which I seem to be able to sleep well, which is why I keep getting stuck there. screw you and your stupid resist. There we go. You go squish now. There we go. Yeesh, false Scott. That's terrible. I'm sorry to hear that. And not the first one. False Scott, I hope you're at the very least able to get some medical treatment for that. Yeah, Prof, that sounds all too familiar, unfortunately. I can definitely appreciate how vexing that is. I see, Scott. I mean, that doesn't necessarily make it any less worrisome, but I hope at the very least, Scott, that there we go. I hope it doesn't get any worse. Hang in there and stay healthy as best you can. Oh, Jesus, Scott, that's terrible. I am really, really sorry to hear that. God, look at that griffin going nuts over there. That's crazy. I need to be really careful here because I do not want to crit Gamp and kill him. But if I can get one more throwing dagger on him... Yes, okay. Got him. Sorry, boys, I'm not long for this world. You've served me another bowl of the weak broth of defeat. Burn me, boil me, whatever you like. But not the younglings, my boys are innocents. I'm the bad egg, the rotten core of the apple. Punish the man and spare the child. You mean what you say, Gamp? You tell me what you want, you got it. I'm good for me word. I'll hold you to that, then. You've a fine master, younglings. Gamp, you're with us now. I'm making you join the resistance. Let's see if you can take care of a country as well as you take care of those creatures. What's this now? You're making a friend of Gamp. Ah ha ha! If this ain't a plum in me puddin'. I was trying to kill you, boy. You sure you want me around when you set camp for the night? You're just another victim of this war, Gamp. One of the Hierophant's pawns. I'm giving you the chance to use your talents for something worthwhile. Well, that's downright kind of you. You make a man feel almost human. Yeah, Prof, I used to do that in my younger days, and it used to work sometimes. Not even reliably, just sometimes. But I find that now at my age, it's just stopped working. Like, anytime I try to stay up for 24 or 36 hours to reset my sleep schedule, I just don't make it. Yeah, False Scott, I was there. I was there watching when Charlie beat Gale. I'm not sure. She hasn't managed to beat Frida yet, though, has she? Ah, okay, Scott, that's unfortunate. Yeah, Frida seems like one of the worst bosses in that game to try to fight with a steering wheel. And yet somehow Charlie literally first tried Midir, which is one of the most miserable bosses in that game without a steering wheel. Yeah, Krega, it's just stopped working for me. And Tatsumi, that's what I did. Frankly, Tatsumi, I'm pretty sure that's how you ended up finding your way here in the first place. Because I just gave up on a sleep schedule, and I was essentially on a sleep schedule that would have worked perfectly if I lived in your time zone. So, like, I was streaming during the hours of the day when you were awake. Yeah, she first tried Midir with a steering wheel, Denim. I don't... I don't know how that happens. That's just our Charlie, I guess. She's something else, that girl, I'll tell you. Yeah, Prof, that's how it always goes. You think to yourself, oh, I'll just rest my head on my arm for a minute. And then you wake up 12 hours later and your arm is asleep because you've cut off your circulation. It's the worst. C Monotone, it does the opposite for me. Talking wears me out. It drains my energy. That's one of the weird things that I always have trouble explaining to people, is that I'm actually an introvert, believe it or not. This whole live streaming thing, this is just an anomaly. It just happens that streaming doesn't drain my energy as quickly as in-person socialization, and so I end up, Come on. Never get the cursor to go quite where you want it on this map, because it always kind of tries to follow the route lines, but not completely. Okay, there we go. Yeah, that's pretty bad, Yielding Thought. I've had that happen to me a couple of times. I appreciate it, Tatsumi. Yeah, for some people, for extroverts, talking to somebody kind of recharges them, like it restores their energy. Where, for introverts, talking to people drains our energy. And in a weird way, I guess I kind of make it look like I'm an extrovert the way I stream, but boy, the amount of energy it requires to actually interact with people in person is something different entirely. Yeah, Tatsumi, I can understand that as an introvert, having friends is kind of like, it requires you to make a lot of investment of energy that you might not necessarily have. Alright, now I wonder... I'm trying to figure out... Trying to figure out, there's a series of battles that's supposed to happen at Port Omish. Whoa, whoops, that's not... Huh. I wonder if this is already counted as being done. Or if somehow we, Alright, let's try this. Let's see. Because... we wouldn't have already... Hello, Dice of Life! Welcome! Oh, interesting, Krega. That's not something I would have expected to hear. And thank you, Eclecticaf. I really appreciate that. Alright, let's see. I have to catch up on chat a little bit because I took my eyes off of chat to... Alright, hang on. One thing at a time. Let me get everyone's... Because you guys know how terrible I am at focusing on more than one thing at a time. There we go. Alright, so Tatsumi, let me predict this then. You get tired when talking to other people and your voice gets hoarse. You just want to lie down and yeah, after a while, yes. And it takes a lot less time for that to happen when I'm dealing with people in person. And yeah, Tatsumi, Japanese society in particular does have a great deal of that social pressure, doesn't it? Public speaking to a crowd is different than having an actual conversation. Yeah, I guess, Krega. I guess because with public speaking, it's more a one-way conversation. And I guess maybe it's the two-wayness about a one-on-one interpersonal interaction that maybe is draining. But I mean, after a while I run out of energy even just talking into a microphone or on a stage. I've done both. And I can definitely appreciate the sensitivity, Prof. That's a trait you and I share. Although I don't tend to show it too much. Because I've learned that, first of all, it's kind of good not to. Especially in a public speaking situation with a large audience. You have to develop kind of a thick skin, and after doing this for 11 years, I think I've managed that at least, but yeah, Tatsumi, this game has a couple of items, in fact, which let you manipulate the weather. Yeah, Krega, the resemblance is pretty much immediately identifiable, isn't it? You know, Binary Fireball, I have a cousin around my age. She's a couple of years older than me. And she and I are a lot alike in many ways. Although very different in certain other ways. And the last time I spoke with her, which was last Thanksgiving, when I visited her side of the family in Boston, she said something that kind of made me laugh, which was that she and I were sitting together on a couch just catching up on life since the last time we'd seen each other. And she had a glass of wine in her hand. She took a sip of it and she held it up and she kind of laughed and said, "Yeah, this is my social lubricant." And I thought, oh, I've never heard that term before, but I guess I kind of understand why people would think of it that way. Yeah, Denim, I started on YouTube in 2009. It's hard to believe, isn't it, that I've been doing it this long. Well, Prof, you said a couple of days ago that you're the same age as Sam, right? So you're not even out of high school yet. You've got plenty of time, Prof. And at your age, it's normal to be sensitive. Just about everybody in high school is. The thick skin is something that you learn either through really difficult or traumatic life experience, which is not something I recommend personally, or just with a little bit of time. You know, you learn it with time and just life. Yeah, Choketh, way back when. Hey, Street Shark, welcome. Man, clearing through this area is so much faster now that I've actually been able to put some time into beefing up everybody's stats and equipment. Denim, I'm pretty sure that's not how that works. Oh, what happened yesterday, Street Shark? Did you hurt your tooth on something? Oh, wait, no, you had a dental procedure yesterday, Street Shark. I remember. Yeah, Prof, and it may be that you always stay a sensitive person. It's not so much that you should change who you are, Prof. And frankly, I wouldn't necessarily recommend trying to do that. Rather than try to change who you are, it's usually, not always, but usually, especially in cases like you, where you're a more sensitive person, it's important to have a little bit of sensitivity, because without it, you lose your ability, or you just never learn how to empathize with other people. So rather than change who you are as a sensitive person, it's better just to learn the skills to be able to mitigate your sensitivity, or to turn it off temporarily, or hide it a little bit when the situation requires, without necessarily actually changing the makeup of who you are as a person. How do you make the tortilla, and what do you put in the tortilla? Street Shark, you're making them from scratch? South of England, insults are greetings there. Yeah, fair enough. Street Shark, I gotcha. Okay, Street Shark. Hello, Yielding Thought. Welcome. Right, so Street Shark, there is one. And here is another, just so that you've got a second opinion on the matter. But those are very simple, basic instructions for how to make your own tortillas. And those are for flour tortillas. I'm going to give you a third one for making a corn tortilla. And once you've got your tortillas, Street Shark, there are a few different things you can do with them. You can make enchiladas, you can make burritos, you can make tacos. It all depends on what you're looking for. Yeah, ain't it just monotone? Ah, very good, Mantis Man. I made shrimp scampi a couple of weeks ago. I'm very happy with how it turned out. Tatsumi, it's good that you've got your meal in already. And yeah, Prof, I don't normally go out of my way to tell people that I'm a sensitive person, because it's just generally not something that the whole world needs to know, really. But since it's come up, I don't mind admitting to you that, yeah, I'm generally a lot more sensitive than I let on, and that's especially true toward my friends and people I care about. I'm especially sensitive towards those people in particular. And it's okay to be that way, Prof. You have to remember that there are times when, if you show too much sensitivity, it's going to result in bad experiences. So there are times when it's all right to let that veil slip, and there are other times when it's better not to. Oh, zucchini noodles. See, monotone, I never could get used to eating pasta made out of, like, vegetables. My mother has tried making zucchini noodles before. The taste and the texture just weren't right to me. I need it to be proper pasta. So the scampi that I made was just the traditional shrimp, garlic, shallots, I substituted white wine for vegetable broth because I don't really like to use alcohol in my cooking when I can avoid it, but you know, chopped Italian parsley, a little bit of freshly ground black pepper, and I used a tagliatelle, which is egg-based pasta. Kind of flat, wide noodles, which have a little bit more texture and some actual flavor to them above just regular wheat spaghetti or what have you. And that turned out really well. I was very happy with that. Oh, that's interesting, Tatsumi. I've never heard of putting that combination of ingredients in a tortilla. Well, Monotone, I guess the scampi sauce probably made the other stuff edible. Oh, hey, look, a whale whisker coat. Right, because all the monsters here, or some of them anyway, have chances of dropping certain unique pieces of elemental equipment. I don't think we're going to get the event with Azlestan here. Thank you, Prof. Well, I'm glad to have been able to help a little bit. What dishes use scallion, Street Shark? Pretty much any dish you want. Scallion is a really versatile ingredient. You can put it in almost anything. And most of those things, it will make them better. Yeah, Tatsumi, I agree on that. I definitely like to add scallion to seafood dishes. It also goes really well on braised or smoked meat. And, I mean, I don't know, I tend to think of Asian dishes when I think of scallion. I tend to think of ingredients like soy sauce, mirin, ginger, garlic, bird's eye chili peppers, I don't know, oyster sauce, and scallions, that kind of thing. Wasser, yes and no. The things that go by the vegetable that I call scallions has a number of different names in different parts of the world. It's probably easiest for me to just... because it's called so many different things. It's this, Wasser. This is what I'm referring to. Oh, and we can't go any further than this because we, that's a little bit different, Tatsumi. That's the bud of the onion. But I guess if you leave it long enough, it pretty much becomes something similar. Honestly, we might need to... Because the events I need here are not triggering. We might actually need to use the Warren report. Yeah, okay, we were supposed to do this earlier, it looks like. Alright, so the anchor point, news of the princess, puts us after Banamuba. Presidia and Nibeth, Ogre unmasked. Alright. It looks like we'll have to jump back here. So at this point we would have just finished the battle at Hagia Banamuba. Meaning... Yeah, Street Shark, you can! You can go ahead and post it in chat. Yeah, okay, I think we need to... We're supposed to have done this. Wait, what? Alright, hang on a minute. Oh, I know. We're supposed to go to Fidok. Yeah, there we go. And we skip this. And now we should be able... Yes, okay, the Pirate's Graveyard, Mysterious Blast on Exeter. Now when we go to Omish, we should... No? The news about the Pirate's Graveyard and the Warren report, then go to Omish and... Huh. do have to go to Quadriga first. No? That is weird. For whatever reason, this is just not starting. Wonder what could be going on here. The Dread Pirate. Okay. I wonder if this quest is just already flagged as complete. This is bizarre. Because we're supposed to do a battle in Quadriga. Supposed to do a battle in Omish. What is going on here? Oh, yeah, Street Shark, you have to cook them first. Otherwise, they will trigger acid reflux. Zexios! Well, hello there! Greetings and welcome, Zexios. I appreciate that you remembered me. Guys, if you enjoy the Souls games, and I know pretty much all of you do because you're here, head on over to Zexios' channel and give that man a follow because he is doing his very first playthrough of Demon's Souls at the moment. And you only get one first playthrough yourself. But the next best thing is to vicariously get a first playthrough through somebody else. And during the time that I spent hanging out at his stream yesterday, Zexios demonstrated himself to be a very, very personable, very nice guy. So head on over and give him a follow. Watch you suffer? Come on. You were clearly enjoying it. You were clearly having fun. Well, welcome, Zexios. It's good to see you, and I appreciate your dropping by. I know a game like this is probably not exactly what you're interested in at the moment, given that you're on a Souls bender, but welcome all the same. I should probably introduce myself, shouldn't I? My name is Franz, and I play video games on the internet. Video games very much like this one, in fact. And actually, while I'm thinking of it, Zexios, bear with me for just a moment. There we go. Welcome to the Ragtime Lounge, Zexios. Okay, there we are. Having fun with those emotes. Very good. Oh, you're out of healing grass. Yeah, Zexios, that's one of the weird things about Demon's Souls is it's feast or famine with the healing items in that game. Either you're running out, you're on your last Crescent Moon grass, or you're up to your armpits in the stuff, and you're running out of room for it even in storage. You're welcome to do so, Prof. Plenty of other people do. I'm not particular about what you call me, as long as you don't call me late for dinner. Because then I'll be hungry, and that's no fun. Well, Zexios, you've joined us at rather a strange time in the stream. I'm trying to figure out why a quest that I'd like to complete is not activating. And I'm not 100% sure what I've overlooked or done wrong here. I'm wondering if maybe I need to go back a little bit further in the Warren report. Maybe to the beginning of Chapter 4? Well, now Omish isn't even accessible. I wonder what could be going on here. Yeah, because the anchor point... Port Omish, Balma Musa... Huh. Yeah, it seems as though this should be the anchor point that I'm using. Okay, False Scott, hang in there. Have a good evening. Thank you so much for joining us. We'll catch you later. Stay well, man. Stay safe. Denim, the route that's empty is if you go to Brigantis Castle and you don't use... You don't send Denim alone and unarmed. Alright, hang on. Because it can go one of two ways. Either you send him alone and unarmed and you skip the battles there, or you bring a full party and everybody there just attacks you. Port Omish, the Pirates' Graveyard. What the heck? The Dread Pirate. Many pirates and treasure hunters have lost their lives at the Pirates' Graveyard. Azelstan gave up being a I wonder if we go to Omish now. No? Nothing. Alright, I have to think that the game has just already flagged this quest as complete. Sierra! Hello, Sierra. How are you doing? It's so good to see you. Tell you what, everybody. Here is another incredible, wonderful lady who deserves your support and a follow if you're not already following her. Head on over to Sierra's channel. Leave her a follow and go hang out with her next time she's streaming. You guys are going to love her. She is wonderful. She is so kind and so sweet. And she takes such good care of her community. And she's tons of fun to hang out with. I am well, thank you, Sierra. How about yourself? Oh, well, you just answered that, actually. Now that I'm catching up on chat. In that case, I am glad you're well. Yeah, Choketh, there is, but it's unclear whether or not the quest is actually properly flagged as complete here. Because the place where you check that is the Warren report. It's the World Tarot, and it would be here. And what is supposed to have happened is that we are supposed to have started these events somewhere in the beginning of the chapter, but for whatever reason they just didn't start. And I'm wondering if that's because I completed this quest on my first playthrough. Sierra, oh my gosh. You didn't have to do that, Sierra, but thank you so much for the gift sub to Choketh. And yeah, believe me, Sierra, if the day of the week mattered to me at all, I would be relieved it's Friday as well. But at this point, since I'm working entirely from home, the only way in which the days matter to me is when the grocery stores are open. Sierra, thank you so much. I really appreciate that. May I ask you? Oh, take it easy, Denim. Have a good one. Thanks for stopping in. Sierra, how is the FF7 remake going? How are you doing on that? Because you've pulled off some kind of by the skin of your teeth victories, and I'm very impressed that you've no, not specifically on the weekends, Gylatur. I essentially have a daily quota that I have to meet, but as long as I meet that daily quota by the deadline, my supervisors do not care particularly about the details. And the result is that I essentially I get all my work out of the way earlier in the day, and then I have the entire remainder of the day free until whenever I get tired enough to go to sleep. And once my quota for the week is met, the remainder of the week belongs to me. It's my own to do with as I please and to spend however I want. So sometimes if I have enough work that I can meet my weekly quota during the first 3 days, I'll end up with 3-4 days off that I use either for cooking or chores or whatever other menial tasks need to be taken care of around the house, and then whatever time is left over after that I use for streaming. Ah, gotcha, Sierra, gotcha. Honestly, Sierra, if I might add a comment of my own to that, I think you've been doing really well, all things considered. I think that since you've never played a Final Fantasy game before, since it's your absolute first Final Fantasy game, and since it introduces some pretty complicated systems that didn't really exist in the original, for picking it up for your first time, you are doing really well. I will tell you, Sierra, there are a couple of things that you could do to make the game a little bit easier for yourself. And if you're interested in hearing what those things are, I'll be happy to tell you. I don't want to, sit here and just spoil everything for you, but honestly, I think if you stick with it, you might find that you enjoy it as you get into the more intense parts of the game, because you're now getting to the point where the story picks up a little bit. It's kind of slow to start in the beginning. Oh, you're gonna finish it. Excellent. Good on you, Sierra, because I walked away from that game with mixed feelings. I think that there are things it does incredibly well, and I'm one who played the original game several times from start to finish. And I've played a number of the other Final Fantasy games as well, so even in my position as someone with a lot of experience with the series, and with that game in particular, with the original, I walked away from the FF7 remake feeling like they absolutely nailed some things, and there were other things that, like, why did they even put that in the game, you know? So if it ends up, you get to the end of the game and you just feel like, yeah, I don't think I'll touch this again, I totally don't blame you, Sierra. I can completely understand that. But I'm proud of you for being willing to stick it out and go all the way to the end. And I think you'll be glad you did by the time you get there. I think you'll be really happy that you buckled down and suffered through the tedious parts in order to enjoy the good parts, you know? Yeah, Blazing Epsilon, the original FF1 on the NES was the first Final Fantasy game I ever played. I think I'm one of the few people who actually started with Final Fantasy 1. Which, to some extent, I suspect is because of how old I am. I grew up in an era when the NES was the newest console on the market. And I ended up actually buying Final Fantasy 1 at a tag sale for $5 that I'd saved up from my allowance. And that was how I ended up playing it. I didn't even own an NES at the time. I had to bring it to my babysitter's house and play it on the NES that essentially belonged to her husband. Because, and I don't think I even fully processed this at the time, because I didn't understand video games as being something that adults enjoyed as well. But my babysitter's husband was really big into The Legend of Zelda and into Dragon Warrior. And he owned both of those games on the NES. Ah, excellent, Epsilon. You got yours from your dad. Okay. Very good. Yeah, Monotone. I'm 35. I know. Already saving up for my place in a nursing home. Yeah, Choketh, I had the same experience, somewhat ironically, when I was a kid, when I started importing the Japanese versions of games that were not out in the West, and or that were not going to come out in the West. Ah, Monsoon, well, it's never too late to change that. It's always better to get into a franchise late than never. I mean, unless it's an online-only game, because if you get into those too late, their online services are no longer being supported and you can't even play them. At least not without a custom server. Oh, nice, Epsilon. Yeah, I found, Epsilon, that around the time Funko Land went out of business, the prices of SNES and NES games plummeted because all of the Funko Land locations around the US were clearing out their inventories. Well, Monotone, as far as the passage of time goes, everybody ages at the same rate. But the passage of time is kinder to some people than to others. And emotionally, we all age at different speeds, right? Oh, only a year older than you, Kasumi. Well, I mean, it's something. Yeah, Epsilon, I remember Funko Land too. I honestly kind of miss it. Because as cutthroat a business as it was in some ways, there were things you could find there that you couldn't find anywhere else. Yeah, Epsilon, Funko Land and Toys R Us. God, I miss Toys R Us. Even at the age of 35, I miss Toys R Us. Toys R Us was actually the first time I ever played Final Fantasy VII. And Sierra, if you're still here, you might appreciate this story. Sierra, Toys R Us existed in Canada, right? They had locations in Canada? Yeah? I'm pretty sure they did. Yeah, I feel bad for them too, Kasumi. Pour one out for Toys R Us, indeed. It did exist in Canada. Okay, Kasumi. Yeah, so... What do you mean still exists in Canada, Crooked Spiral? The entire franchise closed. How does it still exist in Canada? Well, it seems like I have some research to do, but at any rate, the first time I played the original Final Fantasy VII was on a PS1 demo kiosk at a Toys R Us. It's been bought by True Kids. Oh, okay. Huh. Interesting, Blazing Epsilon. In that case, it does sound as though I have some research to do. Because I know it closed completely in the US, but I didn't realize they had locations in other countries that were still open. Alright, well, I wonder what's going on with this quest at any rate. I have to think we must already have, we must already have flagged it as complete somehow. Alright, this is really troubling. What could possibly be going on here? Okay, I don't even see him mentioned in the Warren report. This is baffling. All right. Oh, okay, Blazing Epsilon. Well, that's unfortunate. Alright, hang on. Fort Omish Denefeed. Oh, yeah, Blazing Epsilon. Some of the kids that I grew up with, or that I knew in high school, started or picked up Pokemon cards via Toys R Us. Alright. Oh, come on. Jesus. Now everybody wants a piece of me. Okay, Fort Omish. Oh, I see. I think I see what the problem is. Now that I skim back through the guide, it looks like we do have to go to the earlier anchor point. Okay. Read the news about Omish in the Warren Report. Okay, and then we have to... Yeah! I see what the problem was. I missed the battle in Port Omish, which you apparently have to do before you do anything else in this chapter. And if we don't do this, I can't get into the Pirate's Graveyard. So we're gonna have to... Alright. There we are. By Feliha, did you truly see it? What did the monster do next? Would I lie to a pretty lass like you? Sirens, leviathans, any man of the sea worth his salt's seen one. You find one who says he hasn't, he's no man of the sea. He's a landlubber without spine or spirit. You say so, I suppose you're different? Care to find out for yourself? I've no engagements later this evening. Ah ha ha. On with the game. Who throws the bones next? Why not drink with us, lass? We've plenty of coin and far less hot wind than you'll get from between his wilting whiskers. Look in a mirror before you talk of wilting whiskers. All the coin in the world won't get me one step closer to the table with you. You even know who you're talking to? Might I venture a guess? You're a street louse with horns on his head. A milker of cows, perhaps. You'd call the pirate Ragnar a street louse? Oh, there goes everybody. Then you do not deny you're a milker of cows. Yes, I knew it by the vacant look in your eyes. You pirates are ever so, all whey and no cream. Ah ha ha. You scrawny little... Sheathe your sword lest you care to see blood. And who are you? Is this town filled with insolent wretches? What, you're but a child who plays at soldiers from the look. I know that one, he's been fighting the backroom, he has. Captain, that's the one they call the hero of Goliath. You don't say. Our tide's coming in, boys. Grab the child. We'll hand him over to the back room, then find some wenches who'll take our coin. Hi, Yummy. They're not afraid of blood, apparently. Let's show them some. Storyteller, I've an eye for a sword arm, and I doubt yours will need any help in this fight. Watch as the handsome lad steals my thunder. Diego may be a man of the sea, but he can hold his own on shifting deck or solid ground. Yeah, monotone there is, and the unfortunate part of this is that it means I'm going to have to redo the bits of Chapter 4 that we've done already. On the other hand, it also means that I can just AI my way through it and skip all the cutscenes. Yeah, Yami, we did, because this is the third playthrough. Alright, Monotone, have a good one. Stay safe. The one and only thing I wish this game had is a fast-forward feature. Well, hey, look on the bright side. This gives me more time to hang out with chat. Hey Mel, welcome! Alright, actually, Street Shark, are you still here? The Game Boy Advance had a fast-forward feature? What makes you say that, Tatsumi? Watch it, old man, you'd best not be planning to steal our booty! I thought stealing was your job, pirate. Rest easy, I've no interest in the squabbles of boys. Boys, curse your sandy pie hole, I'll kill you and the Resistance brat both! Wind and bluster seems to be your idiom. Take what you want, kill who you dislike. That's the pirate's way, no? But don't make the mistake of thinking me an easy mark. Let's see what you've got. Careful what you ask for. Ha! Nice. Wait a minute. Mama always told me, always go for the low-hanging fruit and girls. I guess Ragnar likes those saggy tits. I'm sure that's what he means by low-hanging. Oh no, Eclecticaf, no, don't bring up that song. Don't do it. Prof, Mama always told me go for the low-hanging jokes. Sorry, can I help you? Don't waste your time, boy. Throw him a crust of bread and you'll never see the end of him. You're the storyteller from the market square. Sorry. I'll bet you're wondering, how can he drink in front of them starving kids? What I want to know is, would drinking elsewhere change anything? It won't fill their bellies, that's for sure. This is the bottom of the cask, boy. Lees and dregs got our share of refugees too, thanks to you and your kind. You're suggesting I drove those children here? Refugees don't grow on trees. But don't you worry none, just keep on with your resisting and we'll find a way to feed them, or not. I'm not averting my eyes from the truth, I know what I've done and why. There's a leader of the resistance for you, more noble words in one breath than most men say in a year. Pay no mind to a scoundrel like me, I know my place. Hadn't you best be off, I'm sure a man like you's got plenty needs doing. I was just thinking what a shame it is that a sword arm like yours languishes in a town like this. Okay. That's done then. The problem is we can't skip ahead from here because it won't reflect the change. We now have to do everything all the way through to where I was before, which fortunately isn't that much. But on the other hand, okay, yeah, we have to... God, this is going to be a pain, but we have to unequip Denim. And I didn't even mean to do that yet, because I think we actually have another battle. Actually, there we go. Yeah, we do. We have to... Yes.
Lord wins.
And actually, Sword Spider, my goodness! Thank you so much, Sword Spider, for the 5 gift subs to...
Blessing upon me.
Oh my gosh, to whom? To Kregamonsta, Sunsong, Kasumi, Lars himself, and Mock Heroic. Thank you, thank you, thank you, Sword Spider. I really appreciate that.
Blessing upon me.
What an incredible display of generosity.
Lord wins.
Sword Spider, thank you so much for helping enable me to continue doing this. This is, people like you are literally, the reason I'm able to justify all the time I spend streaming and not have to worry quite so much about making ends meet. Well, that was a quick battle. Okay, now we have to remove all of Denim's equipment. We have to go to the south curtain wall. And we have to send Denim in alone. And then we get the cutscene where Denim goes to negotiate by himself. He finds his father ill after having been poisoned by the Dark Knights. His father tells him the truth about Monoflora and about how Branton is his uncle. He meets Olivia, who is his childhood sweetheart, I guess, maybe. And now we have to freaking put his equipment back on again. Well, thank you, Sword Spider. It means a lot to me that you feel that way, and I sincerely appreciate it. Oh, for goodness sake. Eclecticap, but we've already shown that story. I've shown it in both of the previous playthroughs, and I've already done it during this playthrough. I just have to redo it because I messed up a little bit on the order of events. I've heard of Momodora Yami. I don't really know anything else about it. Oh, it's a Castlevania game. Interesting. Ah. Random battles every bloody step of the way. I think actually now we need to... Yes, okay, the Balmamusa dead. So we need to do that whole quest line with Alias again, too.
Lord wins. Blessing.
Mel, thank you so much for gifting a sub to Blazing Epsilon. I really appreciate that. Okay. And we've done this as well. We're not allowed to skip this? Oh, that's weird. I wonder why we weren't allowed to skip it during that particular... Alright. So Canopus needs to be set to manual. Hello, Sample Vampires! Welcome! Yeah, Yami, people compare things to Dark Souls for absolutely no good bloody reason.
Oh, is it a hard game? It's so much like Dark Souls. Oh, does it have a stamina bar? Oh, this is like Dark Souls.
Alright. Not when you get used to it, Tatsumi. On your first playthrough, if you don't understand it and you're not familiar with the mechanics or the gameplay, it definitely can be. But once you played it a couple of times and you know your way around it... Oh, nice. So you can block an attack even when you have that status active. Very good. Depends on which game you're playing, Tatsumi. Oh, Guy, I'm not saying that's how you talk. Oh, dear. Yeah, now all these dead monsters are getting back up. You'd think Alias could have tried to exorcise the ones that were already dead. All right. I am revived. Thank you, good sir. I would aid you in return. You need to mend yourself first. That will be best done elsewhere. Go quickly. Alright, so yeah, this is... Now we just have to kill everything. And now I can set Canopus back to range. Actually, I'm gonna need to be able to manually command Deneb here. Wow! Dem stinky feet, though. Alright, we're gonna need to get rid of a couple of these idiots. There we are. Good, there he goes. Yummy, I think there's hardly any need. Freaking Ravenous, why would you backstab Hobrim just to get to an enemy? Oh, alright. Well, I guess he's dead. Huh. Oh, he's dead too. Perfect. Oh, that's great. Huh. Well, so much for him, I guess. Now I think it's only that archer and the skeleton. Nope, the archer, the skeleton, and the ghost, I guess. Alright, so it looks like we're going to need to get rid of a couple more enemies. Oh, how about this? We can get rid of these three. Alright, that ought to be enough for us to win this. Yeah, why do you, Yami? Why do you? Can't imagine. Wait, how does Ravenous... Hang on. I was gonna say, I thought she has higher tier heal spells, but for some reason she insists only on using the level 1 heal. Oh god, Clemps! Clemps, how are you doing? Thank you so much for the raid, it's good to see you. Punic Carthage, because it was only added in the PSP remake of this game, which came out many years after Final Fantasy Tactics in 2005. How are you doing, Clemps? Welcome, rats. How's it going, guys? Thank you so much for coming to join us. So I saw, Clemps. Is that some sort of rhythm game? I've never heard of it before. But I saw you on my follow list earlier playing it. Hey, Shady Gamer, welcome! Can we reach that mage before anyone else? Oh, no. We're gonna just not prioritize going for the mage. We're gonna waste healing items while more enemies stand up. It's a Final Fantasy rhythm game? Really, Clemps? Oh, for the 3DS, so you must have been emulating it or using some kind of fancy capture card then, Clemps, yeah? No kidding. Yeah, Yami, I mean, I'm surprised too. Especially considering how badly the Persona rhythm games did. But then again, those were just asset flips of Persona 5, for the most part. Oh, you're using a capture card. GG, Clemps. Those are pretty hard to find for the 3DS, those capture cards. Well, I'm not normally into rhythm games, Clemps, but now you've got me curious. I'll have to watch some footage of it to at least see what it is. Yeah, you know what, Seth? As much as I suck at rhythm games, Crypt of the Necrodancer was really cool. And I really wish I could play Cadence of Hyrule. But I'm not gonna buy a Switch just for that. The ironic thing is, Cadence of Hyrule looks like it's a better Zelda game than the Link's Awakening remake, which I was really sad that they used the art style they did for that. But the only rhythm game I've played even remotely recently was Sayonara Wild Hearts. And that's not just a rhythm game, it's kind of a hybrid rhythm and action game. But that one was really cool, I did enjoy that. Okay, yeah, now we have to do this. Nice and simple? Yeah, I like simple, Clemps. Simple is good. I appreciate simple. Dan Delight, if you enjoyed Final Fantasy Tactics, you're gonna enjoy this game as well, because it's by the same team. Matsuno directed this. I believe it has the same composer, the same art director, and the same character designer as Final Fantasy Tactics. It's basically the game that led to Final Fantasy Tactics. Final Fantasy Tactics came after this, and it was essentially just a version of this game under a new IP for Square Enix, or for Squaresoft at that time. Hey Chopin, welcome! Yeah, Clemps, Whatsef makes a good point that if you do own a Switch, and you enjoyed the FF Rhythm game, I can guarantee you'd really have fun with Cadence of Hyrule. Wouldn't have it any other way, Clemps. Cheeky is part of your charm. I wouldn't change you. Yami, don't pressure Clemps like that. That's not nice. Sometimes somebody's a fit for your podcast, and sometimes somebody isn't. Yeah, you're pressuring me, because I have so much control over that, Yami. Yeah, Dan, this is basically, this game is the father of Final Fantasy Tactics. Tactics was based directly on this game. Directly. Dan Delight, make sure, though, that if you want to play this game, you get the PSP version. Because there are a few different versions of this. The original version was actually an SNES game, and then it was remastered on the PS1, and then that was remade from the ground up for the PSP, which is the version I'm playing now. This game is about 90% identical to Final Fantasy Tactics in terms of how it plays. Dan, this one has a couple of systems that were not carried over to Tactics, and since this remake was made long after Tactics was, it has a couple of additional systems that were added later only for this version, which are also different from Tactics. But the other 90% of it you will find very intuitive and very easy to get used to if you've already played Tactics, or even any other game like it. Well, Kasumi, that's why I say 90% similar. There are some differences. But they're not enormous differences. Other than, I guess, the crafting system and the tarot cards. I love how, under AI control, my team went out of the way to kill everybody else first, and they're just ignoring the boss. Like, Hobrim just walked right by him. Agreed on that, Whatsef, but there's the One Vision mod, which fixes crafting, as I understand it. Alright, and I think now we need to go to Goliath. Oh, okay, this is the scene where Warren reveals that they're actually here to reclaim the stolen sword. Now we go to Goliath. Yeah, Kasumi, it was. Small coincidence there, eh? Who do I want? I guess I could bring Lazaza. Just to have another mage. I do really need to, now that I've finally got some shaman class marks, I need to switch the Mruva girls over to their ultimate class. Oh, I guess for whatever reason, when the cutscene uses the battle programming, you're not allowed to skip it. Okay, I want him set to caster. Caster, very good. Caster, melee. That's fine. And I think everyone else is good to go. I have no plans of playing Tactics Advanced, Yami. I cannot stand the limitations on the combat system in those games. No, what's F? I haven't had a chance to yet. But I haven't forgotten. Oh, right, it's Canopus's turn now. I think I need to have him... I need to have him revive Cressida immediately. And we need to kill her before she starts summoning any additional enemies. Yummy, you don't sub to me to decide how I play. If you want to see that stuff, pick up these games yourself and play them. Oh, yep, there's Vice, right. Yeah, Dan, that's what drove me away from those games, is the law system and the cards and all that. Because just the whole concept of, oh hey, you got a battle full of beast enemies. Oh, what's that restriction? You're not allowed to attack beasts? Come on. Yeah, Kasumi, I don't know how anybody thought that was a good idea. Yeah, Kasumi, on this story path, he got executed because, like an idiot, after he was spared by Lancelot for the assassination attempt, he went straight back to Branton. Who immediately had him executed to shut him up. Well, Kasumi, he's in our party from a different timeline, which unfortunately does not have any storyline implications in the current timeline, although supposedly it somehow does in the post-game content, and I'm not entirely sure how that works. Yeah, Dan, it seemed like it was a bunch of unnecessary, arbitrary, really annoying restrictions on the combat that were just meant to make it artificially tedious and irritating. Which is not how you make combat fun. Oh? Oh, okay. So we need to... We need to get Cressida up. Why would the Resistance come to my aid? We couldn't leave you to that fate, whoever you may be. Now go while there's still time. I can't leave, I have to see this finished. Oh, come on, we know you've got a warp gem in that pocket of yours. Well, good. Hector wasted his turn, at least. Yeah, Kasumi, that still sounds really irritating. Definitely a lot less irritating than it was in Tactics Advance 1, but... Oh, there goes Hector. Oh, we found a log. Why would I pick that up? Alright, this poor skeleton, he gets up and immediately he gets put down again. Alright, and Canopus. Canopus will take out our dear friend Nybeth over here. Get toasted, idiot. Well, now this will not do. No, I'm peacing out. Later. Jerk. Now the objective just changes to kill the enemies. Honestly, redoing this is fine because I needed a few more Necromancer class marks anyway. Yeah, Kasumi, Nybeth has a unique running away animation. He doesn't use a warp gem. He just, because he's supposed to be this evil Necromancer, he just turns into a crow and flies away. There we go. Now Kachua is finally doing some exorcism. Wait, who's still not dead? Mother, sister, I could have saved you. I should have. Wait a minute. Oh, that just counts as a death. Okay. All right, so we need to do something to stop that from happening. I thought we could just stand her back up if she got KO'd again. But that appears not to be the case. So the easy way to deal with that is get rid of the enemy that was going to do it. Hey, Ultralex, welcome! PSP batteries are ticking time bombs? Well, Kasumi, fortunately for me, I'm playing this on a PSTV. A jailbroken one, in fact. But thank you for the heads up, Kasumi. That's pretty frightening. Yikes, Kasumi. That's no good. Oh, it was that enemy. Oh, come on. No, it wasn't just that enemy, I guess. Alright. That guy can get dead. Yeah, GG, Kasumi. Good on you for checking that. That is kind of terrifying. Yeah, thank you for the heads up on that, Kasumi. That's crazy. Vice, what else could I have done? I'll never forgive you for this, Nibeth. I'll revenge my friends upon you. Alright, so we made it. Necromancer levels up a little more. Oh, and now we need to... We need to give her the correct answer. You will not be judged by me, because you're all right. Wait, what? She did not join us. I wonder what... No, Kasumi, there's some other... She does join you right away. I wonder if... that means we're gonna have to... Because we need her for the post-game. Hang on a minute. Let me just check. Let me just check. Hang on a minute. Alright, I think I know what the problem was. I think I used the wrong save file when I loaded this. So we'll try it with this one. Okay, yeah, I see what the problem is. My gosh, well, this has ended up being quite a bit more tedious than I intended. We'll set Canopus to manual. And actually, we'll set Hobrim to manual. So that Hobrim can... Because apparently Hobrim is the fastest unit. Whatever, that was garbage, but... Honestly, having this on AI control is going to take a lot longer than necessary now that I think about it. Because the AI is just too stupid to be able to handle this stuff. So what I want to do... is have Canopus wait. I want to restore his turn. And we'll just cut out the middleman here. All right. Now we deal with Bahana. This should be quick. Hey, Debler, welcome. How are you doing? All right. Well, that was crap. Glad to hear things are finally starting to get back to normal a little bit, Debler. God, the game does not want this to work. Fine. Oh, for Christ's sake. It's faster just to... When the game wants this to work, it works. But I guess the RNG has decided that it does not want it to work, so I just have to pass turns until it's Canopus's turn, and just snipe that idiot. Okay. We skip all this. We re-equip Denim again. We read the Warren Report stuff. Screw you too, motorcycle guy. I hope you crash. Ugh. That needs to go here. Now we need to do this again. Honestly, Chopin, I'd be perfectly happy if it had been a lot longer. All right. Yeah, Kasumi, although now at the very least I think we'll be able to... Can't reach anyway. We'll be able to do it a little quicker now that I'm not relying on AI, because AI just takes too long. It's too stupid. It's not smart enough. No, KR, this is not Final Fantasy Tactics. It is Tactics Ogre. There we go. And actually... we're going to give Canopus Boon of Swiftness. We're gonna get rid of this idiot. We're going to use some magic leaves. Between the two what, Debler? Good, we can reach him. Alright, now... we give Canopus another turn. Oh, come on. Well, that's just not going to work then. For a spell with a 66% chance of success, it sure isn't as reliable as it wants you to think it is. Ultralex, I think you might have been thinking of a different game. Yeah, see, this just does not want to work. Because the RNG has decided that it won't. Right, and... Yeesh. Alright. You can get dead. Guess there's not a lot Ozma can do here. We are going to get rid of him while we still have the chance. Yeah, Prof, that's what happens when you have a min-max team that's already been through 2 New Game Plus cycles. Okay, good. It finally freaking worked. We're gonna get rid of him. We're gonna get rid of him. These kinds of battles are the most annoying because there isn't a single boss enemy you can just kill to win. I do appreciate that counterattack, though. Yeah, Dandelight, it is. I mean, it's very similar to Tactics, and actually, because this version of the game was made after Final Fantasy Tactics, it does actually have a couple of in-jokes from Tactics in it. There's a line when one of your party members dies, there's a line where they say, "I blame myself and God." That's what we're doing, huh? Alright then, you can get shot. Nice. Alright. He can get shot. We need to do something about that griffin. Griffin is weak against light, which is why we did so much damage to it, because Hobrim's weapons are light elemental, and he has a bunch of light boosts. Okay, yes. I guess the rest of these idiots we can just finish off. Frankly, I guess it's just this one guy. There we go. Really, Prof? They don't move out of each other's way in Fire Emblem? Like, you can't move past your own units? That is silly. Games like this have been incorporating that for a long time. All right. Oh, okay, Prof. I was gonna say, because it's really unusual for allied units in games like this not to move out of the way. That was a stupid thing that these kinds of games solved decades ago. Ah. Man, it's either feast or famine with these random battles. Alright, this one, though, at the very least, will be faster. There we go. Now all we need to do is get Canopus one more turn. Excellent, and we win. Later, Divold. Dandelight, from what I understand, the older Fire Emblem games are pretty punishing. Because they use permadeath. And you don't really get a lot of leeway in terms of making mistakes. Alright, there we go. Over what, Kasumi? The permadeath? Oh, they have the chariot mechanic? Really, what's F? Interesting. Get rid of them. Ah, we can't reach. Yeah, Choketh, I tend to agree with you and Kasumi on that point. Permadeath just makes things more tedious, and it's just going to make you reset anyway, rather than lose a character. Alright, I'm not going to waste tons of time on this. Welcome back, Street Shark. There we go. Actually, you know what? We're gonna get rid of Nybeth. Because we don't need him summoning anybody else either. And we'll petrify her so that she doesn't summon anybody. Can we reach her? Wow, we sure can. Ah. All right then. Hey, Sugar Crow, welcome. Good to see you. Ah. I mean, Prof, I'm not terribly partial to any particular character. There are some characters that are good, you know, that are useful to use. Nice. Punch him back. Sugar Crow, what's your new favorite dish? What did you discover? I take it this is something you had when you went out for sushi. Well, good, that makes our job a little easier. Oh, Maguro Tatar, yeah. Tuna tartar, of course. Understandable, Sugar Crow. It's really nice, isn't it, how it's just seared a little bit on the outside. I'm really glad, Sugar Crow. It sounds like you had a good time with your classmates going out to get sushi. We're gonna need to... Yeah, we can have Lyndall on guard duty over here. Oh, come on. Oh, well, that's fine. Oh, I'm so glad, Sugar Crow. That's awesome. I'm really glad that you two, or you three rather, had a good time and that things went well. And even more so that you found a new dish you enjoy. In my experience, it's always worth going out for sushi. Oh, you tried Kelpis! What did you think, Sugar Crow? I don't personally mind it. I find it all right. But if I'm going to go out for sushi, there are other things I'd rather drink, you know? Man, this ghost is really going for it. Oh, there goes Vice. Chopin, it's basically sweetened milk. Alright, we've got Cressida up. Oh, it's Hector we still need to get rid of. There we go. Oh, good. That'll help. Get rid of these idiots just in case. Not bad, but not your favorite. I totally understand, Sugar Crow. That's kind of how I feel about it. It's okay. I would drink it if there were nothing else available, but there are definitely other things I prefer. No problem, Sugar Crow. I mean, genuinely, I'm really glad that you passed everything. That's the most important. Oh, I'm sorry, Street Shark. I know, that's difficult, isn't it? Wait, what? That's what I wanted. Well, so much the better, Sugar Crow. I'm really glad you got a chance to go out and enjoy some great sashimi, especially with your friends. We can finish this right now. There we go. Yeah, Reynady, it seems the trick here is to leave her unconscious until you've cleared out all the enemies around her and can surround and protect and heal her. Hey, Hungy, welcome! Alright. You will not be judged by me. Okay, yeah. I think the problem here last time was I didn't have high enough Chaos Flame. Or Chaos Frame, or whichever it's supposed to be. Because you have to have a good reputation with the Galgastani in order for her to join you here. And I had one save file where I hadn't done that, and another where I had, so I had to switch over. Nice, Sugar Crow, that's awesome! I'm so glad, it's great that you get a break. Well, yeah, Kasumi, because Nibeth is reviving these guys against their will. They don't want it. Alright. Oh, and we've seen this event, too. This is the silly event. And now we have to... We have to go over to the freaking Hagia and not kill Sherry. Although, fortunately, this is a battle we can easily win because it has a... it has a boss. Alright, let's see if we can get Canopus to turn. Can we make it in one? Oh, I think we can. We sure can. Later, idiots. Okay, now I'm going to save again just in case. Because this is going to be another one of those battles that are really fiddly. And I have to make absolutely sure I don't kill the boss. I think in this particular instance, it might actually be smarter to just focus on Sherry rather than on killing everybody else. Because I feel like Ozma and Hobrim can take care of this. Alright, or just Hobrim. Whatever, I'm not going to re-roll the hell out of this. Damn it! And this is why I saved beforehand. Because that freaking crit can always happen and it can always screw you over. So now we have to reload. And we have to skip all these blasted cutscenes. Yeah, Kasumi, and it's unfortunate that you can't use the chariot to undo that, but... It's generally more reliable using spells for this, because spells can't crit, but... This is another really irritating thing about the way that this game is designed, is that there are just some absolutely obtuse conditions that you have to meet in order to not have certain crucial people die. There we go. All right. Now... we could do it here if it doesn't crit. Yep, we did it. Okay. Perfect. This is how I was hoping this would go. Yeah, exactly, Kasumi. And if you're lucky, it can end up going the way it just did. Or if you're unlucky, it can end up going the way it did the attempt before that. Prof, he means that 2 is a terrible game. Hey, Mr. Raindrop, welcome! Okay. Phew. No, not load, I wanna... So actually... I think we need to go to Phydock now. Yes, alright. So we've got that. Now I think we check the Warren report. Yes, okay, and that unlocks the Pirate's Graveyard, the Mysterious Blast on Exeter. Not with each New Game Plus, Mr. Raindrop, but apparently there's a dungeon in the post-game where when you go into it, the game's difficulty just increases a little bit. Like, enemies become slightly higher level. Alright, so now we need to do the Sherry recruitment. Okay, which, since it isn't working, it means we need to change the weather at Zaod Moors. All right. I believe the item we need to use is the Horn of the Savage. Oh, Raindrop, there are tons, but they're all different, and the question is, which ones do you enjoy and which ones do you not enjoy? That will depend on the gameplay, the mechanics, the art style. There are tons and tons of games like this, though, Raindrop. I can only name a few. I'm not familiar with all of them. There we go. So we do this. At which point, Sherry has now officially joined. The Dread Pirate, okay. So now I think... now that we've actually done that battle, we need to go to Omish. Yes, okay. And then we get this event, where Denim talks to Azelstan. Now we need to go to Kadriga to get the other cutscene where we learn that Azelstan's daughter died, and that's why he gave up being a Yarhar pirate. And now we go to all of the northerly places and clear that out. And at this point, I think we can finally set everybody back to AI control now that there's not going to be anyone else I have to save. So, melee... Whoops. Melee, 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 range. Whoops. Phew, there we go. Now I can finally give chat my full attention again. Wouldn't you know it? Hello, Clockwork. Welcome. Well, the previous streams of this game have gone okay. A couple of the games I tried last week, maybe not so much. Dank Memes, you're gonna make a meal with chicken breast. Current plan is to dice and fry them in a wok with some spices. Is there an easy way to make them fancier? If you're gonna do a stir fry, Dank Memes... I recommend you follow a similar formula to one of these recipes. Here we go. So, dank memes. You could go with something like that. That is going to be a fairly standard but really nice stir fry with chicken and garlic. And also ginger and scallions. Another thing you could do and I'll give you a couple of suggestions. Alright, dank memes. No, Street Shark, fortunately not. Dank memes, let me give you another suggestion here. Whoops, sorry, Dan. I didn't mean to tag that at you. And dank memes, if you're looking for something a little bit different, let me know. Those are just the easiest things to do with chicken stir fry. Raindrop, every time you cook chicken breast, it always comes out tasting dry. What's the proper way to cook chicken breast without having to wash it down with a liter of water? Raindrop, there are a couple of ways. The first way that I recommend is to braise it, which is to cook it in a pan half full of liquid. Let me give you a... Let me give you a couple of videos here. All right, so Raindrop. There is a video tutorial on how to braise your chicken, and I'm going to give you a couple of recipes for how to do that as well. So there's a Korean-style braised chicken recipe. And here is a more continental-style braised chicken recipe. Oh, you need to make an account. Hang on, dank memes. I'll just get you a different recipe that doesn't require you to create an account there. There is... Actually... There's one, and... That ought to do ya. No problem, Raindrop. So, braising is the easiest way to keep some moisture in your chicken. Another thing you can do... Hello, Moro! Welcome! Another thing you can do, and actually, while I'm talking about this, I should just start the next battle so I can talk while we actually make progress. Raindrop, another thing you can do is bake your chicken, and you can bake it wrapped in aluminum foil once you've seasoned it, so that that will hold moisture in. The third thing you can do, Raindrop, is to sear your chicken in a pan. The trick to cooking it in a pan without drying it out is you need to cook it quickly at a fairly high temperature. So that way what you will do is you'll get a nice sear on the outside. You'll get that nice browning, that Maillard reaction. But you won't overcook the inside of the chicken to the point where it just dries out. And I think somebody mentioned in chat a few minutes ago, but marinating your chicken beforehand also helps. Marinating it means that you'll just put it in a freezer bag with some kind of sauce, or even just olive oil, or... Oh, Doc Holiday, thank you very much for the 100 bits. I really appreciate that. Transistor did not clockwork, no. Bastion was alright, but it just wasn't interesting enough to me to finish it. But Transistor I had a bad experience with. Well, Street Shark, you season it first. So, you know, you coat your chicken with your salt, your pepper, your paprika, your, you know, whatever. Or if you want to bake it with whole spices or herbs, you season your chicken with your olive oil and whatnot, your black pepper, your salt, and then you wrap it in aluminum foil with a fresh sprig of rosemary or marjoram or sage or whatever you want to season it with, and you bake it that way. Wow, Decoy, hi. Yeah, Decoy, probably because I had to tab out of chat to find recipes that people had requested. Yeah, Street Shark, you get a very nice result that way, because wrapping it in aluminum foil and cooking it in the foil basically gives you a kind of a, not perfectly sealed, but it gives you a nice little pouch that holds in all of the flavor from those herbs as they bake, and that also holds in all the moisture from the chicken so that the chicken doesn't dry out. No problem, Dank Memes. I hope it helps. Yeah, ideally overnight, Raindrop. You can marinate something in 4 to 6 hours. It just won't be as effective as it would have if you marinated it overnight. Yeah, Street Shark. That's a dry marinade. So, Raindrop, let me get you a... Let me get you a recipe for... Let me get you some basic instructions for how to keep your chicken moist when you sear it in a pan. And I'm also going to give you a video instruction, or an instructional video rather, on how to do a hybrid cook where you roast your chicken in the oven to start off with to fully cook it and keep the moisture sealed inside, and then you transfer it to a pan and just sear the chicken on the outside and apply your marinade or your seasonings and whatnot in the pan. So Raindrop, there's that. And here is the standard pan searing recipe, just the very simplest one. And this one you can kind of mix and match and add stuff or modify the recipe, but that'll just give you the basics on how to keep your chicken moist when you're searing it in a pan. Dan Delight, you came here and stayed after Clem's stream. What kinds of stuff do I usually stream? Oh, thank you. Well, I appreciate that, Dan. I'm a variety streamer, technically. I started off as a member of the Souls community. And I used to play mostly Souls games back on YouTube. But these days, I stream a little bit of lots of different kinds of things. I try and keep it fresh, but I tend to prefer games where, kind of like this one, they don't require me to focus a lot on the game. You know, games that I can play and still be able to give chat as much of my attention as possible. So JRPGs tend to be a fairly big part of that. And other games along the same lines where I'm able to, because I have such a hard time dividing my attention. I am absolutely garbage at it. As I'm sure you've already observed, I literally cannot play a game and focus on speaking at the same time. That is how badly impaired my multitasking is. So again, I tend to prefer the kinds of games which enable me to at least look like I'm playing something on stream, but actually also primarily stay engaged with chat. Raindrop, just practice it. Don't be afraid of messing up. If you mess up once or twice, that's fine. It's all part of the learning process. And honestly, Raindrop, even if you mess up and your chicken comes out too dry, you can just make a nice pan sauce for it. Or add some sauce to the chicken that you've already cooked. And I can give you a video on that, too. So there's how you make a pan sauce for chicken. Yeah, Street Shark, my parents are... They were those white folks who just never seasoned their anything. Chicken or other. Well, my mother was. My father didn't know when to stop. Mara wrote, the enemies are bad people. Don't feel for them. Chopin, you're planning on making chicken tinga tomorrow in a slow cooker. What would be good to pair with that while it cooks for 6 hours? Screw that, big boy. Mayonnaise is made for the devil to eat in hell. No, Choketh, I have not. Alright. Ranged.
Greetings, undead warrior.
Doc Holiday, thank you so much for the resub. Welcome back. Really appreciate that. Yeah, everybody's getting hungry now. Oh, that's not bad, Decoy. That should work out just fine. Oh, he learned to cook in the army. Okay, Street Shark. Yeah, I know about the East series, Kyoketh, but I'm really not interested in playing more JRPGs right now. I've already played way too many, and it's bad enough I had to pull this one out again so soon after running out of stuff to play. Chopin, bear with me, I'll get you some recommendations. Actually, for Tinga, Chopin, you're probably better off doing some Mexican stuff. Like, you'd want to do maybe some refried beans or some guacamole, or... Here, let me... Ah, I see, Street Shark. Ugh. Guys, I'm telling you, this heat... My respiratory tract is drying the hell out. Bear with me. I need some water. Sorry, Chopin. Hang on. Ugh. I am not dying, Decoy. It's just the heat drying out my nose and lungs and mouth. Street Shark, believe me, if I legitimately had the ability to take you up on that, I would absolutely have done so long before now. Hot, Raindrop. Hot, hot, and more hot. Ugh. Fahrenheit or Celsius, Raindrop? Jesus, Street Shark. Raindrop, Fahrenheit, it's about 95 today. Celsius, figure around 35. Alright, let's actually also go to Bordigan and get that out of the way. Alright, Chopin. Chopin, what I recommend... So here are a couple of places to start. No raindrop, it's on. But I have it on the fan setting right now to preserve electricity. And I might need to actually switch it to cool. Alright, also Chopin. Since this is also fairly easy to make, I'll give you that. I will give you this. And... I will give you this. And if you want to add a little bit more of a vegetable element, Chopin, I have a recommendation for you. All right. There's that, which I think you will very much appreciate. And I will give you one other version of that. There we go. I never played the original Suikoden games, Decoy. I never had a chance. Interesting to know that the original devs are looking at that one, then. Oh, Chopin the rellenos? I think you'll like those. That's a really nice recipe. All right. Now we need to deal with Lazan. And we can just let this play out because the AI will handle it. I've seen it, Clockwork, but it doesn't look like the sort of thing I'd be interested in. Oh, is that the plural form of those, Nate? Okay. Thank you, I learned something new today. Oh yeah, Nate, you said you're, what, Mexican? So I guess you're probably pretty familiar with that kind of cuisine, huh? Nate, actually, if you have any suggestions as to what you would add to, like for side dishes for Tinga, Chopin would probably really appreciate that. Oh, Puerto Rican, I'm sorry. My memory is, at my age, not the best. Hey, Reno Soft! Wow, Decoy. Oh, okay, Nate. I was gonna say, I don't remember you saying you were Puerto Rican, but then I did. Now that I think about it, I don't remember what nationality you said you were. All right, hang in there, Street Shark. I hope you feel better. Take care of yourself. Go get some rest, yeah? Yeah, Decoy, these old JRPGs really loved obtuse, impossible mechanics, didn't they? Yeah, Moro, poison doesn't follow the same rules in this game that it does in the Final Fantasy series. Where in the Final Fantasy series it would heal a zombie. Here it still deals damage. Yeah, Decoy, that sounds right. Renosoft, there are a lot of things about Suikoden that people liked. I can't speak to it because I've never actually played any of those games. But they had some of the same problems that a lot of JRPGs had from back in that generation, and even from today in some cases, where they have these mechanics that you would never, ever be able to figure out without a guide. Ah, you use potatoes for yours, Nate. Okay. Oh, no, wait. Platanos. Plantains? Why, Denim? Why would you kill that poor zombie villager? He never did anything to you. This is the stupidest. The AI here is just a bunch of idiots. Okay, gotcha, Nate. I love how the freaking AI here is more concerned with wasting its time killing these villagers. Than with actually ending the battle, where we literally have one enemy left. With one health. The absolute stupidest AI. They're fine if you're controlling your team, Renosoft, but your AI is too stupid to understand how to fight them. Alright, we don't need to bother saving here. Alright. And this will be a simple matter as well, hopefully. Alright, because we will have Hoberim. hopefully give Canopus a turn. Very good. Ah, almost. And if we can manage to get Canopus one more turn, we win. Yep, we win. Ogre can go back to melee AI. Alright, fine then. Get lost, Ramos. You're a dick. Okay, that's done. Next... Next, I guess we just do the stuff at Barnesia. What? Okay, we can't run. Oh, okay, we're where we need to be. And we set Canopus to range. Everybody else is on AI. Good. All right, then I think we're good to go. Good, well that's a relief. I don't think we'll have to worry about turning off AI control for a while yet. Then again, the more I think about it, it's gonna be pretty slow. Going through these battles, just letting the AI bumble its way through and kill whoever it wants. So we'll switch Canopus to manual, and then I'll just control him and have him go for the boss. These blasted ninjas, I don't know what it is with their AI, but it takes them forever to figure out what they want to do, which is almost invariably this. Very good. This is the one thing I wish the AI wouldn't do, is waste its time using items that don't really help an awful lot. When do you pronounce the U? Raindrop, the U is more a question of spelling than it is of pronunciation. You technically pronounce the U anytime you hear it, but... or anytime you see it written. But to the English-speaking ear, it's difficult to notice when it's being pronounced. Because the U is either relatively rarely written on its own or at the beginning of a word. Like... well, the only word that's coming to mind is a bad word. I was gonna say, like in the word unchi, which is the Japanese word for shit. Like excrement. But then... most commonly, you'll see it as part of a word when it comes after the O sound. Like it'll be an OU. Oh, Raindrop, that's just desu. I mean, you pronounce it the same way that you would a long U in English. There's not a... like, Japanese doesn't have the English short U, as in the word... unga bunga, which isn't really a word, but, you know. That sound for U doesn't exist in Japanese. It's always the long U, as in... YouTube. Yeah, that's a better example, K-definition. Alright. Let's get rid of this idiot. Exactly, K-definition, yeah. Think of the word sushi, Raindrop. That's how you pronounce the Japanese U. However, in words where the U follows an O sound, like... again, I'm only coming up with examples from video games here, but the name Raido Kuzunoha, the main character of the Devil Summoner series, his first name is spelled Ra-I-Do-U. So in English, it's the equivalent R-A-I-D-O-U. And that's pronounced Raido. But you don't really notice the U sound because it comes after an O, which sounds somewhat similar. But the U sound is definitely there. Like, Raido without the U sound would be Raido. But with it, it's Raido. It's a very subtle difference, but... yeah, Sugar Crow, I know you've had plenty of that, haven't you? Poor Sugar Crow's had so much sushi, she doesn't want to hear the word again for another week. Right, can we... damn it, we are one space away from being able to reach the boss. Alright, well... ha! Amazing, Sugar Crow. Yeah, Spanish definitely simplifies it, Reno Soft. Sugar Crow, your comment about pufferfish reminds me of this. And also this. Raindrop, I do. It happened because the British Empire pretty much invaded everyone. And they spread English everywhere. Yeah, Sugar Crow, it's surprising how friendly pufferfish can be. I love how those two are just kind of chilling out, waiting for snacks. Alright, yeah, okay. We'll just move on. Oh, this is Andrus, right. Oh, sorry to hear that, Gargoyle Drake. Yeah, emulation can always be a little bit iffy on whether or not it wants to cooperate. Well, yeah, Raindrop, that's a large part of the reason why, is because English has been spread so many different places, and it's absorbed some of the local influence from all the different places that it's been. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Gargoyle, but I'm glad that at the very least you were able to get it working. Ha! No problem, Sugar Crow. I figured you'd appreciate those. If only Monotone weren't at work right now, he could appreciate them too. Oh, you were thinking the same thing. He's at work right now, Sugar Crow, so I'm not sure he's going to be able to see him. But if you want to PM him the links on Discord something, I'm sure he'd be glad to watch. Alright. Can I reach Andrus? Theoretically, yes. In actual fact, seems probably not. Unless I can sneak a bolt between these two knights. Yes, there we go. All right. Sugar Crow, I know I say this every time one of you comments on it, but it's the most adorable thing to me that the two of you get along so well because of that. Yes, Raindrop, it is in fact a tar pit. And I guess in this instance, we're just going to have to... Damn it, we're going to have to let the AI do its thing, because there's no boss here for us to kill to skip this. Sugar Crow, you should do that. That would be fantastic. The two of you should do either a just chatting stream, or I don't know if there's a topic that's... I think there's an education topic, actually, Sugar Crow, that you guys could use for having a discussion about that stuff. Welcome back, Blazing Epsilon. Well, yes, Morrote, you have to know what you're doing. And sometimes even when you know what you're doing, things don't go the way you expect. But Morrote, you also... You also get stuff like this. I know, Sugar Crow, it's hilarious in kind of a sad way. In literally the space of 30 seconds, they turned a wild deer into a fully domestic deer. Yeah, Sugar Crow, please do. Please keep me updated on that, because I'd be really interested to hopefully try to catch that stream, or at the very least check the VOD. Oh yeah, no, Morrote, I would never recommend patting a shark. Carnivorous creatures? No, I don't. I don't condone that. Yeah, Decoy, but cats are domestic enough that usually it's okay as long as you know the cat. Even petting a cat, Decoy, can get your hands scratched or bitten. Sugar Crow, don't sell yourself short. You know, you two have different specializations. Each one of you has a lot you could add to that kind of discussion. I think it would be great no matter what. And yeah, Raindrop, most of the reason why is because the next generation of consoles isn't even out yet. There are tons of games being developed for them that just haven't been announced. You know? you gotta wait a little bit longer for the announcements, Raindrop. They're not all gonna show you every game that's coming out for the new consoles all at once. Yeah, Mantis Man, which is also the reason they just stand there as your car is bearing down on them. One thing that really gave me a chuckle. Let me see if I can find it. Here it is. Sugar Crow, you'll do just fine. Trust me on that. Yeah, Big Boy, it's been explicitly researched and more or less confirmed that dolphins have individual personalities the same as humans do. Hello, Generic One. Welcome. Probably because a woodchuck is so cute, Sugar Crow. Sugar Crow, I showed you the video that I filmed of the woodchuck that lives in my parents' backyard, didn't I? It's old footage. It's from a couple of years ago now. I did, okay. I can never remember whom I've shown what anymore. Getting old sucks. All right. Oh yeah, fair enough, Sugar Crow. I guess it is cute. Okay. So here I'm just going to have Canopus go straight for Barbas. Chunk the groundhog, Sugar Crow? I don't believe I did, no. Oh, actually. What? Hang on. There we go. Get bent, Barbas. All right, Sugar Crow, let's see. Oh. Huh. He became a celebrity for stealing from their garden. All right, let's see. Huh. This is a spoiled groundhog, Sugar Crow. These guys just letting him take whatever he wants from that garden. The guy that lives in my parents' backyard, we all call him something different. I just call him Schnoofy. My parents have their own names for him, but he, he's been around for a few years, and let me see. See if I can find it. There he is. There's Schnoofy. That's that link I just posted in chat there. Aha! Oh, and he found himself a girlfriend, too. Ha! I love how he even has his own YouTube channel. I think so too, Sugar Crow. I got that name from, where's that coward Lancelot? There he is. I got that name from Dark Cloud 2, actually, or Dark Chronicle 2. Because one of the NPCs in that game, which is a giant tree with a huge nose, says Schnoof at one point. And it just seemed perfect for animals. Holy hell, Canopus counterattacking with a punch for 200 damage. Ultralex, thank you so much for the sub gift to Something 282. And congrats on your first gift sub. I really appreciate that. Yeah, Sugar Crow, because animals tend to have these schnoofy little noses that they're always kind of poking around, and I think I remember explaining this to somebody, I think it was Clint, where he asked me what the hell schnoof meant, and I was like, well, I imagine it as when you drop a piece of food on the floor and your dog is lying under the table and your dog sees the food fall on the floor and he pokes his head out from under the table and kind of schnoofs it up. Maybe that's just me. Oh, really, generic one? I'm pretty sure pretty nearly any pet would. That's just what pets do. They're just on the lookout for any opportunity for a quick snack. Or a free meal. Yeah, suck it, Lancelot. Oh no, Sugar Crow. Yeah, I've had that happen to me before as well with cats and dogs. Either because their fur generates static electricity, or because you're sitting with them on a carpet or your bed or something where there's a blanket or cloth that generates a static charge. Yeah, Sugar Crow, dogs don't leave stuff on the floor for very long. I did not abandon you. And I took no joy in our parting. There we are. Now back to Phydock. And actually now I think also we need to read the Warren report. Yes, for the information on the temples, the Galgastani at Lausanne, and the Ramzan wreck. Which now opens up the way to the Lufa coast and Grimsby. There we are. Yeah, Decoy, I've seen videos of cats doing that. I guess they just think it's funny. Cats will take any opportunity they can to destroy stuff, though. They'll deliberately slap stuff off of counters and shelves. They'll knock stuff over. They'll climb on things till it falls. I did, Raindrop, yes. Decoy, we're in Chapter 4, but I had to start over from the beginning of Chapter 4 because there were some story events I forgot to do that would have prevented me from being able to complete the post-game content. Oh yeah, generic one. Cats are still hunters to the core. There's no way we're ever going to breed that out of them. Decoy, they're only pretending to be domesticated so they can get free meals from humans. His goal is trying to get your snacks. When is that not his goal, Sugar Crow? Neko seems even more aggressive than Okatsu about just stealing all your food and even your drinks. Holy hell, generic one. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, Devilish. They're just playing along. They know the score. Well, Decoy, nice cats do. He saw where you stored them, and now he's trying to pull them out of the bed. Yeah. I guess he just zeroes in right on where you keep the snacks, and he remembers. Okatsu's a really aggressive snuggler. Honestly, though, Sugar Crow, it seems like that works out well for you. That you've got a cat who loves to snuggle. Sugar Crow, I remember when you first got here, all you would tell me is how you wish she would even show her face. Or hang out with you. That she wouldn't let you touch her. She was so shy. She was always hiding. Look at her now. Look at how well you socialized her. Look what she's turned into. She's just a snuggle monster now. Decoy, I don't know what it is about grandmas, but grandmas always seem to have cats that hate humans. My great-grandmother on my father's side had a cat for a long time, a cat named Kate. And my great-grandmother was the only person this cat would ever give the time of day. Anytime anybody else was around, Kate would just run off and hide and just stare at you out of a closet or a dark stairwell or something. Absolutely despised people, this cat. And I've known a lot of other grandmas who had cats that hated people as well. I don't know what it is. Yeah, well, Sugar Crow, you got your wish. I guess those few cans of sardines you fed her in the beginning really earned her trust. No, apparently not, Gargoyle Drake. They want it all for themselves. I guess in that regard, they're not terribly unlike humans. Thanks to me, Sugar Crow? What did I do? Raindrop, that's kind of an urban legend. There may be a little bit of truth to it, but it's not like the pet that you get is a reflection of you. It's just that, depending upon your personality, that determines how you are likely to treat your pet. And your pet really develops according to how you treat them. So it's not so much that your pet is a direct reflection of your personality, as in they're watching you and learning from you and becoming the person who you are. It's about how you treat them and how they become as a result of how you treat them. Oh, you mean because I suggested the sardines. I got you, Sugar Crow. Well, if there's a way to a cat's heart, it's definitely through a can of sardines. Yeah, it is an incredible change, Sugar Crow, but it just goes to show you, even cats can learn. Cucumbers? When did she develop a taste for cucumbers, Sugar Crow? Well, generic one, I think that's kind of the key there, is when they want to be. Cats are very individual creatures. They definitely have their own unique personalities. Yeah, whatever, this is fine. Wow, Decoy! Oh, you gave them some cucumbers when you made sushi, Sugar Crow. Okay. And she was like, fuck yes, please. I love the mental image, Sugar Crow, of you giving Okatsu some cucumbers and her just looking up at you and saying, fuck yes, please more. Well, Ultralex, I guess you can kind of appreciate that, right? Because I'm always a little bit leery when a new pet shows up on the block. Granted, I guess I'm always also a little bit leery when new people show up on the block, so maybe that's a bad example. Decoy, it might also be for the moisture. Hey, Magnus, how are you doing? Good to see you. Renosoft, why you gotta go and bring that up? We were having a nice discussion. Magnus, new heroes on the block. Tell me about this. I have no idea whether that's a game or a developer or what. Enlighten me. Necker, it's the AI. Oh, did we get... Oh. I guess Kachua toasted Martim. Good riddance. Oh, okay, Magnus. I'm sorry, that went over my head. Also, Magnus, how are you doing? Reno, if that's the case, then just make the time that you've got left with him count. You know, and remember that he had a hell of a good, long life. Right? Try and stay focused on the positives, Reno. I mean, I know it's never easy going through that, but try and keep the positives in mind. Oh, new people on the block. Gotcha, Magnus. Not the worst, not the best. I'm sorry to hear it hasn't been better. I hope you're hanging in and staying safe, at least, Magnus, and I hope the job isn't getting you down too much. Oh, actually, I shouldn't leave Grimsby yet. Because we still have... these... and... Lindell... Oh, because the border's not open yet, Magnus? Alright, we've already done this one at the beginning of the stream, so we're gonna... You know, I probably should have saved before doing this. Because this is going to be one of those situations where... I do not want to accidentally crit him. And unfortunately, I probably... Ah. Actually, can I reach her this way? Blast it. Nope. Gotcha, Magnus. I can totally understand that, and I'm really sorry. I figured it probably had to do with that when you mentioned the border. Magnus, look at it this way. The way things are now will help her stay safe. Oh, come on. Bloody hell. There we go. Hang in there, Magnus. It'll take a while longer, unfortunately, but once this is all over, you two will get to see each other again, and it will be even more of a relief. Yeah, Renosoft, make it count while you've still got the time, you know? Well, good, Magnus. That's the important thing, is be glad you live in the age you live in, where video conferencing exists, and you have the ability to actually talk to her via Discord or wherever. You know, whatever your preferred voice chat service is or conferencing service. Exactly, Sugar Crow. See, Renosoft, what Sugar Crow just told you is a perfect example of what you should be thinking about under the circumstances. Ah. Oh, that can still hit him even through his shield. Very interesting. That I did not know. Oh, he doesn't have meditate. Damn it. Alright, we should start getting rid of those clerics. Ah. There we go. Ah, very good, Magnus. Very good. Yeah. It's interesting how the present circumstances will shift your priorities around in that way, isn't it? Okay, so even if we crit here... Alright, Birdo the Younger, you need to chill out for a minute. Well, good riddance to GameStop, Gargoyle Drake, right? Serves them right. Alright. As long as I don't crit him... Actually... There is a way we could handle this. We could make a quick save. Alright, guys, bear with me for just a moment. I will be right back. I just need to go get some water because it seems that my water pitcher is empty again. So I will be with you all in just a moment.
Između nas, između neba, uvijek gori vatra ljubavi. Duša u sjaju, puna snage, vječni plan, nada u buduće, novi dan. Kad bi svi ljudi cijelog svijeta znali da djeci treba mir, duša u igri, puna snage, u slobodi, nada u budući miran san.
All right, I am back. Thank you all for your patience, and I apologize for the delay. All right, I think we now need to select continue. Oh, and it's automatically highlighted, okay. All right, there we go. Yes, all right. All right, I need to preferably not kill Gamp. What do I have that will damage him a little bit but not kill him? Nothing direct, apparently, so it looks like I'm going to have to try and give Denim another turn. Oh, well, that's great. All right, Generic One, thank you for joining us today. Have a good one. Enjoy your D&D session. Take care of yourself. Okay, we at least did get Denim a turn. We're going to see if we can damage Gamp just a little. Yes, there we go. The reason I'm doing this all over again is because I want to make absolutely sure that the Warren report reflects that Gamp is not dead. And the same deal for Azelstan, and in Azelstan's case, if we don't do his quest, the important areas of the Pirate's Graveyard stay inaccessible forever. Hello, Scrap Iron, welcome! Hey, Glass Sandwich, good to see you. How have you been? It's been quite a while since we've crossed paths, Sandwich. I actually, when I first received word that the PSTV was going out of production, Sandwich, that's when I decided it would probably be a good idea to pick one up while they were still in production and prices were still somewhat manageable. But even though that's the case, Sandwich, you can still get a used one. And honestly, if you're planning on jailbreaking it, as I've done with mine, Sandwich, you're better off getting a used one. So that you don't go through so much expense in case you accidentally toast it in the process of jailbreaking it. Yeah, you know what I mean though, Sandwich. Genuinely, though, Sandwich, I hope you've been okay. I hope you're managing to stay safe and everything's going all right with you. As much so as it possibly can under the current worldwide circumstances, at least. Album Shin Megami Tensei 2 arranged? I don't think I've ever heard that one, no, Decoy. Oh, you're in New York, Sandwich, okay. Yeah, so you could potentially have it a lot worse than you do then. Good, I'm glad you're keeping a step ahead of the curve. All right. Now I believe... I believe it would probably behoove us to save. Oh, right, we have to go do the battle at Lausanne. Or maybe that's later. Actually, according to the guide, it looks like we're supposed to do the Pirate's Graveyard now. And I absolutely want to make sure I don't mess this up, so... Yeah, okay. So I guess Kachua and Lazaza, for lack of anyone better. Or at least anyone with ranged attacks. And this is the event with Azelstan being questioned by the backroom. They have a Hydra for some reason. Caster AI for you, and melee AI for you. Amure! Thank you so much for dropping by. I really appreciate that. It's hard to save this guy at level 50, Amure, unless this is your third playthrough. And you've done a bunch of farming in the Palace of the Dead, and gathered a bunch of tarot cards to beef up your character's stats. Then it becomes a lot less painful to save Azelstan in this battle. Oh, excellent, Glass Sandwich. Is this your first time working your way through that series? Because another friend of mine, whom you might remember from the Souls community, Sandwich, Rachel, she goes by the Twitch username of Ingenue, has just started playing that series herself. She started with Yakuza 0. Give her a shout out there in case you're interested in dropping by to follow her, which you should, because she's wonderful, and I think you'll really adore her, if you're not already familiar. But, yeah, GG, Sandwich. I think you're really going to like this series. It's very, very well regarded. I've watched Let's Plays of a few of those games, and really enjoyed watching them, although they're not the kind of games I think I do very well trying to stream. But I hope you continue enjoying them, Sandwich. They're pretty fun. Oh, you bought Kiwami because you saw the steel case. Yeah. Funny thing, isn't it, Sandwich, that Sega has actually started to port some of those games over to the West, finally, huh? Gee, it sure is a good thing I decided to beef up Azelstan before this. Because otherwise he'd be in real trouble and I wouldn't be able to just let the AI handle this battle. Yeah, get him, Azelstan! Tear him up! Well, Glass Sandwich, I guess that's kind of what I mean. Japan is notoriously slow to catch on to trends outside of Japan. And they're a country that's very resistant to change to begin with, especially when it comes to their corporate culture, which is why it's taken so long for so many of these games to even be considered by their original developers or their current IP holders for re-release of any kind. But those of them that are actually paying any amount of attention to the West, I think are starting to see how much demand there is and how well some of these games are doing, that the more forward Japanese game developers have decided to take the risk on porting over. Like, Persona 4 Golden on Steam is just free money for Atlus. And Atlus, somebody said it best a couple of days ago during the stream I did, where they said that Atlus has been paralyzed by their own success with the Persona series, and they just seem to not have any clue what to do. Or rather, to have any clue that they should just be porting their games on PC, because it's just free real estate. Probably somebody at the boardroom at Atlus Japan is just terrified of taking any kind of risk or doing anything outside of the established formula, which I suspect is why it's taken so long. Decoy, but Atlus has been putting out those surveys for years and not listening to people. Or at least taking forever to you know, incorporate that feedback. So I don't know how much of it was actually due to the survey, Decoy. What I suspect was more the case was pressure from Atlus USA. And possibly also pressure on Atlus via social media from inside Japan. That's pure speculation on my part. I can't say for certain, but that's just my best guess. Yeah, Decoy, but they've had ever since the success of Persona 3 to figure that out. And with Persona 5, they no longer had any excuse not to know. You know, Persona 5 was such a good game in so many ways that it just catapulted Atlus to center stage in the JRPG market. There's no excuse for them to not know anymore. And that's a typical Japanese developer to begin with that only pays attention to their fan base inside Japan and doesn't even have any idea or any contact with their fans in other countries. And especially with small Japanese companies, that's understandable because they just don't have the resources. Look at FromSoft. Until FromSoft was acquired by Kadokawa, and had access to resources to basically do whatever they wanted, they had to depend, and even today are still depending on foreign publishing partners to handle all of their Western PR. Because FromSoft itself is still just such a small company that internally they just don't have the staff to do that. And also, almost nobody at FromSoft speaks English well enough to be able to do that. Oh, really, Decoy? Have they said that? If they made a public statement expressly saying that the survey was the reason why, then that's a good sign. That shows that they are, to some extent at least, listening to the survey. I'm actually really glad to hear that. Well, yeah, Decoy, and Atlas relies on foreign publishing partners as well. Although Atlas, at the very least, does have a US division. But Atlas now is relying just as much on Sega for providing their resources and their publishing network. And yeah, Glass Sandwich, that's the thing. Parts of Japan are densely populated. The big cities, because those are the only places anyone really wants to live in Japan. People there, by and large, don't want to live in the countryside, because living in the countryside is, in many ways, less convenient. And with Japan being such a collectivistic society, most people there, it seems like, would rather be in population centers anyway, where there are just other people nearby because they're so dependent upon one another there. And I think as a result of that, they just don't have a concept of how big the rest of the world is because they are so insular and they are so avoidant of the rest of the world. And that's one of the many reasons why so many Japanese game developers have been very slow to catch on to how much demand there is for their products outside of their own country. At the very least, it's good to see that Atlas is gradually catching on to that. The Persona 4 Golden release on Steam is a sign of that, and if what Decoy says is true, and they actually listen to the survey about the demand for an HD re-release of Nocturne, that's even better news. Well, Decoy, it's Atlas's first Muso game as far as I know. And it's not just a dumb asset flip like the dancing games were. It actually offers something a little bit different. So, I can see why it would be doing better. Yeah, Glass Sandwich, but that's only because things are pretty much homogenous throughout Japan. You can only go on so many vacations in Japan if you're a Japanese native, before you've seen it all, you know, before it all gets to be the same. Japan really is a very small place, Sandwich, and they have a long history and a lot of really interesting historical architecture and culture, but the landscape really is very similar there, and it's not many vacations before you start wondering what else there is in the world if you're a native. And Renosoft, thank you so much for the resub. Welcome back and have a good evening. Take care of yourself. Yeah, you could, Krega, and not even the biggest states. Japan is just a really, really tiny place. You know, the world is so much bigger. And it's to the credit of Japanese natives for wanting to see what else is out there. Although I do feel bad for the ones who end up suffering from Paris syndrome. Because given how insular Japan is, if you've grown up there and never experienced anything else, Japanese society is wildly different from societies in most countries in the West. And there's a very good reason why Paris syndrome is a real thing. Hello, Lord Floofen. New name. Well, you tell me who dis. What's the old name? Krega, you definitely still should. I've been to Japan, and it was one of the best trips I ever took. Japan is a really interesting country in a lot of ways. There's a lot that we Westerners can learn by spending even a little bit of time there. And it's just a really cool place. The food is fantastic. The architecture is really neat. There are some really pretty natural landscapes. And even some really cool cities. Like, I'm the kind of person where I like the countryside and the city. And I'm happy living in either place or visiting either place. I like to mix it up a little bit, you know, I like some variety. And I only really had a chance to spend time in the city the last time I was in Japan because I was only there for about 10 days. I was supposed to stay longer, but my trip got cut short for a couple of fairly stupid reasons. And I wasn't able to stay as long as I wanted to, but... Yeah, Sandwich, if I'm going to go somewhere on vacation, I want to go someplace I've never been before. And generally someplace that's very different from what I'm used to. You know, I want to learn about a new country and experience a new culture and a new place. And new food. No, Artista, Paris syndrome is... Hey, I grew up in Japan, which is a society where putting on a polite face and behaving yourself and following the rules of society is of paramount importance. And if you refuse to do that, you are humiliated and shamed and no one will ever talk to you again. And I'm going to go visit Paris, which is the opposite of that, where people are extremely blunt and they tell you what's on their mind whether you want to hear it or not. And I'm going to go visit Paris, and oh my god, I can't deal with it. Everyone here is so rude and so blunt. It's overwhelming and scary, and I'm having a mental breakdown. That's Paris syndrome, basically. Oh, okay. Astrocat, it's you. I gotcha. Diddler Muffin. Yeah, I guess I can see why you made the choice you did. Oh no, Decoy. Oh, excuse me? Yeah, okay. Yeah, that is a little bit awkward, Decoy. It reads like somebody in Japanese might have used Google Translate to translate it into German. Artista, hang on, let me, Here you go. Decoy, probably that translation was done by a native speaker of Japanese who had no fluency in German and who just used translation software. Because, yeah, that is a pretty awkward translation. That's... I mean, fortunately for me, I'm going to be playing the game in English, but... Yeah, Sugar Crow, exactly. It sounds like he's 50% Beast from... God, what was the name of that classic movie that I've seen? Beauty and the Beast. Right. Yeah, that movie. Which originally was based on an actual story, of course. But... Yeah, it just shows you how much I care about Disney anymore, Sugar Crow. Well, Sea Glass Sandwich, so that's just it. It's the same issue that Japanese natives have when they've been on 10 vacations in Japan. It's mundane to you. Decoy, I really hope these are just dev names and that they actually get proper localization passes. All right. So now we clear the pirate's graveyard. And actually, let me just make sure I've read all the topics in the Warren report before we continue. It appears that I have. Oh, Sugar Crow, that would be Moana, then. Yeah, you're not a fan of, hey, it's okay to say you're welcome. Glass Sandwich, how are you a German citizen but you've never visited the country? Did you inherit a citizenship? Or is one of your parents German? And so you've got a citizenship that way? Artista, read further. Korea will be removing Raido? Really, Decoy? Why? Yeah, Sugar Crow, anything like that. Half Devil is better than what they've got. Why, Decoy? Because his uniform resembles the Kenpei tie? Yeah, Artista, it is a little bit silly, but that's the very general experience for people outside of Japan. There is a specific section on Paris Syndrome for people in Japan, which is what I was referring to. Let's see, Decoy. The Chinese and Korean... Yeah, alright. No further explanation for their omission, huh? Ryuji's design was altered for the Asia releases of Persona 5? Oh, due to the rising sun flag. Oh, yeah. The Japanese battle flag. Honestly, it's just as well that the HD remaster of Nocturne is going to be based on the Maniacs version. Because that's the better version anyway. Okay, yeah, Decoy, I'm guessing it's going to be similar reasons for removing Rido from those versions. But yeah, I suspect, Decoy, they'll just cut Rido and not add anything else. Okay. Honestly... Ah! Didn't mean to retreat there. Yeah, we'll bring a dragon, because they get to act very quickly. Oh, okay, Glass Sandwich. That sounds very similar to my mother's side of the family in terms of her history. Except that in my family, it's my father's side that's German. Well, it's complicated, but he was born in Germany. But his family originally comes from Sweden. Oh, okay, you went through... I gotcha, Glass Sandwich. You went through the repatriation process. I gotcha. Well, good on you, Glass Sandwich, because German citizenship is normally very hard to get otherwise. You generally have to pass a very difficult language test and wait quite a long time. GG, Sandwich. Yeah, you should, I mean, it's definitely worth visiting Germany. But after having lived here as long as I have, I think there are other places that I would pick to live if I could. Yeah, you're lucky you didn't have to, Sandwich. Well, Gargoyle Drake, if you can prove that your parents have German citizenships, that'll go a long way toward helping you get a citizenship if you want it, but they would need to have current passports and documentation to prove that. Alright, Decoy, let's see. What is this? Ah, very good, Jtron. Oh, okay, Decoy. This is a character I don't recognize, but you say it's the protagonist of SMT5? I mean, I guess ever since we finally found out that game exists, people have probably been going nuts over it. Yeah, Glass Sandwich, and it'll be a good thing you have 2 passports for countries that aren't America. 'Cause you'll have options. None of it... Well, that one isn't Artista. Decoy, ironically, Mara himself, I don't think counts as Rule 34. Because that's just his design anyway. Well, that's fair enough, Gargoyle. Ah, okay, Decoy. Interesting. The book he's holding is the Japanese edition of Paradise Lost. Funny thing, Decoy, that's the name of Joker's ultimate weapon in Persona 5. The one that you can't even freaking get till New Game Plus. Because you need his ultimate persona in order to create it. Yeah, pretty much, Devilish. Yeah, Gargoyle Drake, we definitely have quite a few different shops here. Well, Jatron, that... I mean, that barely counts, but I guess... You should try one of the mainline series, Jatron, or one of the Persona games. Yeah, but Decoy, the problem with Persona 5 is that's literally the only New Game Plus content they put in, except for the one boss battle. You know the one. Like, that's the only reason... to go into New Game Plus in that game. Jatron, I can definitely appreciate where you're coming from there. Oh, okay, Decoy. There's no end to the creatures in here. It's gonna be tough. Speak of the devil. Oh, well, there he goes. Azelstan, you're headed into the graveyard deeps, aren't you? Best clear a path first. Alright, somebody remind me in case I forget that we have to actually have Azelstan with us in the final battle in this zone. Yeah, Jatron, I would recommend the mainline series first then, because it's not about all that slice of life stuff that is the hallmark of the Persona games. Well, Decoy, but that's precisely why we have a chance to maybe see if it's better in the HD remaster version. Maybe they've actually fixed some of the problems the original had in the remaster. So maybe it's a perfect time to play Nocturne. With a little luck, at least. Jatron, I would suggest you try Nocturne anyway. But I would suggest that you wait until the HD remaster of Nocturne comes out and play that. Because that version will probably fix at least some of the problems the original had. No, Artista, it doesn't, because they no longer have the license for him. It will feature Rido. Because Rido was Dante's replacement. So yeah, Jtron, I would say definitely still play Nocturne, but play the HD remaster when it's out. No, Sugar Crow, I highly doubt it'll change the music or anything important. It's a remaster, remember, not a remake. Not like Demon's Souls. Switch and PS4 is all I know so far, Jtron. Oh god, no, Lex. That's the last thing we need. Is more of that crap. Well, Jtron, I don't know when or if any version of Nocturne will be coming to PC, although I guess you could emulate the original version, which was on PS2. But until we figure out PS4 emulation, I have a feeling it's going to be a while till you'll be able to play the HD remaster, unless they do release it on PC, which I hope they do, because they've certainly been getting enough feedback about how many people want them to release their games on PC from now on. Yeah, probably, Krega. But hey, who listens to game journalists in 2020, right? Yeah, Glass Sandwich, I'm sure they'll look at those numbers to start off with, yes. Well, Decoy, I mean, they didn't do it on quite the level that Pokemon did. But I suppose it is fair to say that they used the general concept before HAL Laboratories did. Okay, I think that should be all the enemies. Yes, it is. I know what I'm about now, finally. I'm a pirate, don't know any other way of living. Stealing, killing, it's what I do. There was never any other way for me. Boy, take me with you. I'll fight if it means this war will end sooner. You said that's what you wanted, and I've a mind to believe you. You want someone killed? I'll kill him. Soldiers, women, anyone. That'll end this war a moment sooner, I'll do it without batting an eye. My life's yours, boy. Use it well. If that's your decision. You might have taken the high road, risen above the bloodshed, but I'm already in it up to my boots. I'll say one thing, though. I hate the war that took my daughter. I want it done. That enough for you? More than enough. Then let us end this war together. Good choice. And now, thanks to him, we can finally progress further through this area. And I'm just gonna throw Azelstan in regardless, because we're gonna need him. Yeah, Artista! That is the epitome of everything that is wrong with Disney, is that... Hey kids, pirates were good people! A good pirate would never do anything wrong. Alright. Melee. Okay, I think we're good to go. Fortunately, there aren't too many enemies on these maps. It's fine that we can only bring in 8 people, but what I'm really more concerned about is that there are so few enemies. Hopefully we'll be able to kill all the enemies before the ones that are already skilled start standing up. Get countered, idiot. Yeah, Jatron, I can understand. Oh no, Artista. No, please, don't even suggest that. What do we got? Cool. Looks like we get off easy this time. Yeah, that's true, Decoy. That's true, and I guess at the very least, this is going to be my last playthrough of this game, because I've done the other 2 routes now, and... now I can work on doing all the extra post-game stuff that I haven't been able to do during the first 2 playthroughs because I haven't had the game completion necessary to even unlock it. Jatron, Digital Devil Saga 1 and 2 are great games, and I do recommend them, but you will have to emulate them because currently they only exist on console. They're PS2 exclusives. Okay, yeah, if you're willing to do that, Jatron. Yeah, Decoy, but he said he doesn't deal with consoles. He explicitly said he's PC only, which is going to mean that he's going to have to emulate them. Nice, Decoy. The later model PS3s are, Drake. The earlier ones with backwards compatibility are very expensive still and very difficult to find. All right, Modaferro, what have we got here? Also, hi, Modaferro. I don't think I saw you make your way in. Oh. This is about as far from a cat picture as I can possibly imagine. Yeah, exactly, Jtron. The only feature about the PS3 that anyone really cares about anymore is the backwards compatibility. Punic Carthage, you can tell by the model number. And there's a handy little chart somewhere. Which I think... Yeah, here we go. Punic. Here you go. That should help if you're in the market for one. Oh, wow, Chopin. You've got a very valuable unit there, then. Those are very expensive online. Can't believe this goes even deeper. The flow of the streams has changed since last I was here, but it shouldn't pose a problem. Well, boy, what'll it be? Press onward? It won't be easy going. You think you've seen foul things so far, there's more and worse ahead. I doubt you'll be finding that pirate's treasure either. Time to stop and think about what you're really trying to accomplish. Think well. We've come this far. It's not about the treasure. We'll continue. Besides, you're still hiding something. Yeah, now we get the shortcut. I think we want to do Wonders Hollow. That was good of you, Jtron. Yeah, I still have my old backwards compatible PS3 as well. But I actually use it for streaming because it's such a pain to emulate PS2 games for streaming. And upscale them to 1080p. Well, Blazing Epsilon, that's what I do. Any console that I ever owned, I've kept. With maybe a couple of exceptions that were made out of generosity I probably shouldn't have shown. Yeah, Jtron, on the couple of occasions that I've played PS2 games on stream that I haven't been able to get to run natively, I've used PCSX2. Necro, no PS3 Slim is backwards compatible. None of them were shipped with backwards compatibility. It was stripped out. I'll give you the link again, Necro. This will tell you exactly which ones are and which ones are not. Yeah, Decoy, it had an issue loading an area in Valkyrie Profile 2 when I played that game on the PS3. That might be true, Rockethead. I'm not 100% sure. If the article says it, then probably yes. But I'm talking about complete backwards compatibility with the PS1 and the PS2. So go by what's in the article, Necro. I know that none of the slim PS3s could play PS2 games. Well, Rockethead, if you've got a slim PS3 and you want to try it out, there's nothing stopping you from trying it. It might actually be the case. It might work. Well, Rockethead, that just means your chances are even better that you'll be able to get it to run the game that you want to play. If you have one of the fat models. Ouch, Decoy. Yeah, give it a try, Rockethead. See if it works. You never know. Yeah, Punic... The way that you can check is to look at the serial number. Certain serial number PS3s have backwards compatibility built into them. Use the... Hang on, there were... All models support software emulation for the original PS1, but support for PS2 backwards compatibility diminished with later compatible models. The last one to integrate it was the 80 gigabyte CECHE serial number, which was the Metal Gear Solid 4 bundle. Alright, so ideally you want the Emotion Engine chip. Okay. Got it. Found it. Found the information you're looking for, Punic. These are the model number PS3s that you want. Bear in mind, I believe CECHA is the Japanese version, and CECHB is the North American version. You're going to want to check that. But it's the Emotion Engine chip. you want to make sure that you have one of the units that had this. Yeah, it's on the bottom, Punic. It's the serial number listed on the console information tag. Alright, guys, I'll be right back. I just need to check something briefly. I will be back momentarily. I'm going to let the battle finish out. Alright, sorry about that, everybody. I heard noises outside as if from some animal, and it seems like my neighbor, because he's a big doofus and he leaves his garbage out all night, has had some pests getting into it. So I had to go take a peek out the window and check to make sure that, that some animals weren't getting into his garbage. And sure enough, it looks like some did, because his garbage can is knocked over. Yeah, Jatron, he's a dingus. I'm not even sure it's him who's in his house right now. I think he's got some family or relatives or somebody staying over there. Yeah, Decoy, I didn't get eyes on the perpetrator, but something definitely has been digging into his garbage. Yeah, mine certainly seemed to be, Jatron. I don't know, Glass Sandwich. I don't know if it's raccoons or foxes or... I mean, I guess it could be some of the drunk idiots getting out of the bars at this time of day. Oh no, Jtron. Yeah, you don't want to bring wild raccoons to your house. That's a pretty stupid neighbor. Decoy, I honestly don't know. I frankly haven't paid a lot of attention to the local endemic wildlife ever since I moved back. No, Glass Sandwich, I live close enough to a populated... Well, I mean, I live in a populated enough area that it's very unlikely to be bears. I don't think it's normal to see bears this close to large human population centers, but... Small animals seem to be the culprit in this particular case. Well, that's rather the point, Jtron, is... They lose their fear of humans and then they start chewing on your ankles. All right. Oh, invasive. Okay. Yeah, that makes sense, Decoy. Because I don't think they're originally from around here, but I wouldn't be surprised if they've been brought in by some idiot. That always seems to be the case, is someone brings them in thinking, oh, we'll keep them around for their fur. Or as pets. Well, Decoy, at the very least, with wild pigs, you can hunt them and eat them. Oh, and actually, I think we can check the Warren report to see which of these places we're supposed to go to. Ripples of Grief on holy ground. That was it. So we need to go this way. Ah, okay, Decoy. Well, yeah, Decoy. Perfect reason to get rid of them and make use of the meat. This as deep as it goes? Ah, the welcoming party's arrived. Who defiles our sacred ground? I feel a draft from up ahead. There's something beyond here, isn't there? Might be. Leave here at once. Oh look, he's Azelstan. Leave or we will take your lives as penalty for your trespass. Azelstan, it's you. It's a trick, not very clever though. This is one face that won't come back to haunt me. Probably the best we can do without bringing in Lazaza, who is so slow he's not going to get enough turns to be helpful here. Well, Decoy, that's just a perfect excuse to hunt with an assault rifle. Americans would love it. Ah, Rockethead, I always wondered why wild boar was such a staple of Italian cuisine. I guess now I know. I was gonna say, Jtron, wild boar as a food is really nice. They're just miserable to hunt. Yeah, exactly, Rockethead, exactly. So, I mean, at least there's a decent reward for hunting them besides just not having them wandering around terrorizing people. Yeah, I'm kind of happy about that too, Sam. Honestly, I care a lot less about the voice acting than I care that they fix the problems like not being able to choose your inherited skills for your demons. The main reason I want that remake, other than for, you know, being able to play it at 1080p, is for the quality of life. Oh, did he, Rockethead? Mufencio, tomorrow the kitchen is all to yourself. You're still new to cooking and you have lots of vegetables. Yes, Mufencio, what kinds of vegetables do you have? Well, Decoy, a physical demi-fiend is kind of the meta just because you get so many good boosts, and because you get Pierce. Pain, endless pain to those who defile the sacred ground. Well, I mean, I really would have liked it if that pillar hadn't been in the way so we could see what happened, but... Potatoes, broccoli, and lettuce you have the most. Don't worry, I'll lead you true. Azelstan, come with me, boy. I'll show you what a ghast thinks is worth protecting. Well, thank you, Epsilon. I appreciate that. I'm glad somebody thinks so. I don't know, Decoy. I did, I think, over 10,000 damage to Lucifer with a physical demi-fiend. Alright, Mufencio, do you have onions and garlic, at the very least? What is this place? This is their sacred ground. Well, more of a dead end than anything. You see the chest of coins there? Take it. Better than going home empty-handed. This is the treasure? I cannot take this. I can't take this. This place is no treasure trove. It serves another purpose, though I cannot say what. These swords thrust into the ground. Someone left these here for something. As markers? Could this be a grave? Aye, this here's the place where the souls of departed pirates come to rest. No one mourns them, so they wander till they find their way here. The pirates' graveyard, this. Everything they left here, they left as proof they lived. A pirate's life is no glorious affair, and neither's his death. A few manage to come ashore, take a wife, raise a family, but most don't live half so wise. After your first captain and your last crew are gone, there's no one left to remember you. Yeah, Decoy, it's really unfortunate that those stats ended up being useless. It restricted your build diversity. I've heard of it, Sam, but I haven't actually seen it done. They sound like bad design decisions, Decoy, for sure. Jatron, he really looks like he should be a red mage, doesn't he? But no, he's a pirate. Or he's what the Final Fantasy games would call a corsair. That's why they leave their swords. A nameless grave beats just nameless. You can't leave your mark any other way, you leave it here. Thus, a sacred ground and a treasure worth protecting. Or a desolate cliff strewn about with junk, depending on how you look at it. Huh. Is that why you came? To pay your respects? Ha! You think my heart beats as warm as that? I have a hard time thinking you came all this way just to reveal true nature of this treasure. Aye, there was a time when I lost sight for what was ahead, when my daughter died. I couldn't take the battle, so I came here. Maybe I was eager to join the ones who left these swords. The currents around here are treacherous things. Take your eyes off the sea for a moment and she'll drag you down. From the moment I entered the cave, I didn't pause to rest or think. I just kept walking deeper and deeper. I knew what this place was as soon as I stepped foot out here. I stood here a while, then went back the same way I'd come in. You just turned around. I did. This here's a place for those who went the full distance. I left my ship that day. Why? Because I had nothing more to do with it, that's why. I wasn't about to sail headlong into death like the ones here, or start a new life either. Dread pirate, I was a coward who couldn't put his daughter's death behind him. But there is something that needs doing. Thanks for reminding me of that. Thank you for your help. Sorry there's not more for you to take home than this pile of coin. With luck, some of them will be old enough to have taken on a bit of value. Even so, these things aren't for anyone to use, least of all for war. I'll let it rest. Well, I wasn't expecting that from you. Let's return. We're not meant to be here. We've things yet to do. That is crazy, Decoy. That just sounds like a bad design decision. All right, Jatron. Clockwork, I can't stand card games. They bore me to death. You do have onions and garlic, Mufencio. Okay. All right, so... Mufencio, you said you had potatoes, broccoli, and lettuce. All right. Mufencio, I will give you a recipe, a very, very easy recipe for broccoli. This is just going to be a simple stir fry with ginger and sesame. And here is a recipe incorporating garlic as well. And you can combine these two recipes, Mufencio, if you want to do ginger and garlic. Alright, Decoy, I'll check it out after the stream. Yeah, you can do that too, Life. Right, as for potatoes... And here are a couple of recipes for mashed potatoes. Let me give you... Let me give you the old recipe here. There's one recipe, Mefencio, for just roasted garlic buttermilk mashed potatoes. Here's another slightly more interesting one for ranch mashed potatoes, which I think you will like maybe even a little more. There's that. And lettuce. Let me give you... I mean, lettuce, the easiest thing to do is to make a salad. However, I'm going to give you something a little more interesting. So if you just want to do a salad, this is the traditional salad you can make out of lettuce. That is a Caesar salad. And Caesar salads are best if you have some chicken to add to them, but here is a recipe for lettuce wraps based on the ones served at the P.F. Chang restaurants. Here is a slightly different recipe for orange chicken lettuce wraps, Mefencio. Yeah, Decoy, it seems like for whatever reason, every SMT game has a stat that is just garbage and worthless and that you should never bother with. Finally... Yeah, me too, Jtron. Some nice capers and some shaved Parmigiano Reggiano. Mefencio, here's a Korean-style recipe for lettuce wraps. And here is a recipe for a Korean-style salad with lettuce. There you go, that ought to hold you. Luck plays no role in critical hit chance or ailments at all, and its effects on acting first in combat and avoiding back attacks are eclipsed by agility. Physical accuracy and crit chance formulas are a train wreck. Your character level causes you to perform worse in both accuracy and critical hit chance, and the truncation is far too... Jesus Christ! You were level 50. Only every 13th point of agility has any effect. You had 12 or 1 agility. It would... Wow! 13 and 25 agility. High enough level, there's even no difference between 1 agility and 4. Who the hell designed this algorithm? That person was a moron. Magic stat is self-sufficient. Okay, yeah. I really hope they made some of these changes in the HD remaster, Decoy, but considering how endemic these are and how obscure, I have a feeling that unless they actually rebuilt the remake and rewrote these algorithms from the ground up, this stuff might not, it might not change. No problem, Mufencio. I hope that helps a little bit. Yeah, Decoy, because physical is just the meta. Because there's no equivalent of Pierce for spells. I mean, I guess almighty spells exist, but why bother? Because you can't get the same stacking of bonuses for them that you can with physical. Well, that's well and good, Sam. Again, though, all I really care about is that they fix the quality of life crap. Although your point earlier, Sam, is interesting. I wonder how the Amala Tunnel money farming sequences are going to work. I wonder if they've just kept them completely the same. Yeah, exactly, Decoy. Well, Jtron, this is all speculation for the moment. I don't have any proof of what I'm speculating about here. But play Digital Devil Saga if you're looking for a starting point, Jtron, or I guess SMT4. Because those games don't have quite this the level of design issues that some of the earlier mainline SMT games had. Let me just make sure I've saved now that we've done this. And actually, nearly 7 hours, my goodness. It saddens me to think that I'm only able to get into games this much when I'm able to focus on chat to this extent, but be that as it may, I think it's about time for me to go get some dinner and some sleep. And I think we're going to go find somebody to raid. Oh, actually, Fox Queen appears to be playing the Ace Attorney trilogy. And she appears to just be starting. So this promises to be an interesting experience. Oh, hi, Yami. Sorry, you picked a hell of a time to come back. Yeah, I'm gonna go raid Fox Queen now, I think. I gotta go get some dinner and some rest anyway. Thank you all so much for joining me, and I will catch all of you tomorrow when hopefully I'll be able to get through Chapter 4 here, and we'll actually move on to something we haven't done yet. Good night, everybody. Take care of yourselves. No, it's fine, Clockwork. No need to apologize for that. I appreciate it nonetheless. Take care, guys. Let's make Fox Queen's evening a little bit nicer, and I will catch you all tomorrow.